In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. It is the 41st Millennium. Across the vast expanse of the galaxy, humanity endures. The Imperium of man stretches across 1,000,000 worlds, perhaps more. Countless billions live and die beneath the shadow of the God Emperor, that ancient sentinel who sits immobile upon the golden throne of Terra. He has sat there for 10,000 years, neither living nor dead, watching over an empire that teeters on the brink of annihilation with every passing moment. This is a time of darkness. Every world is a fortress. Every city burns with the fires of industry and war. The great hive cities rise like mountains of steel and stone, their spires reaching towards skies choked with ash and smoke. In their depths, billions toil in endless labor, knowing nothing but duty and sacrifice. Above them, the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, stand as humanity's greatest defenders, their bodies and minds forged into weapons of terrible purpose. They know no fear, these transhuman warriors. They know only war. The enemies of mankind are legion. From the eye of Terra, the forces of chaos pour forth, corrupted souls who have given themselves to the ruinous powers. Daemons walk amongst mortal men, whispering promises of power, spreading madness and decay. On 1,000 worlds, heretics rise against the Emperor's light, seduced by forbidden knowledge and dark ambition. The Inquisition hunts them without mercy, for a single moment of weakness can doom an entire world. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, alien races circle like wolves around a wounded beast. The orcs, those savage greenskins, launch their endless wargs across human space, burning everything in their path with crude weapons and savage joy. The Eldar, ancient and mysterious, play games with human lives, their motives unknowable, their technology far beyond mortal understanding. The Tyranids, those terrible swarms from beyond the galaxy, consume all life in their path, leaving only barren rocks where once there were thriving worlds. And in the darkness between the stars, the Necrons awaken from their 60-million-year slumber, cold and implacable, reclaiming what was once theirs. The Imperium stands against this tide of horror with faith and fire. The Imperial Guard. Those countless billions of ordinary men and women march to war, armed with nothing but their lasguns and their devotion to the Emperor. They die in their millions, their names forgotten before their bodies grow cold, but still they fight. They have no choice. To falter is to die. To question is heresy. To retreat is to betray all of humanity. And what weapons does the Imperium wield in this eternal war? Technology that is worshipped rather than understood. The Adeptus Mechanicus, those robed priests of Mars, guard every secret jealously. They chant prayers to machine spirits, perform sacred rituals to coax life from ancient engines. A lasgun is not simply a weapon. It is a holy relic, blessed by tech priests, anointed with sacred oils. A starship is not merely a vessel. It is a cathedral, a temple sailing through the void. Its crew offering prayers for safe passage through the warp. For the warp, that realm of nightmares, is the only path between the stars. Every journey through that hellish dimension risks the loss of body and soul. Navigators, those mutant seers with their third eye, guide ships through the currents of madness, while Geller fields strain to keep out the entities that claw at reality's edge. Sometimes the fields fail. When they do, entire ships are lost, their crews transformed into screaming horrors or dragged into the Imperium to suffer fates beyond description. This is the Imperium of man. This is humanity's greatest triumph and deepest tragedy. An empire that rules the stars but cannot remember how it came to be. A civilization that fights to survive but has forgotten what it once knew. The High Lords of Terra issue their decrees and worlds burn to enforce them. The ecclesiarchy preaches the divinity of the Emperor, and millions die as martyrs to prove their faith. The Space Marines know 1,000 ways to kill, but not one way to heal. And yet, for all its might, for all its endless armies and world-shattering weapons, the Imperium is failing. Slowly, inexorably, it is dying. Every day, worlds fall silent, their astropathic choirs going dark. Every year, the borders shrink a little more. The Astronomicon, that great psychic beacon that guides ships through the warp, flickers and dims as the Emperor's power wanes. 10,000 years of war have bled the Imperium dry, and there is no end in sight. The citizens of the Imperium live in fear and ignorance. They are taught that to question is to invite damnation. They are told that the universe is hostile, that humanity stands alone against darkness, that only through absolute obedience can they hope to survive. And they believe it because it is true. In the 41st millennium, there is no time for peace. There is no room for hope. There is only the Emperor and the eternal war fought in his name. But the Imperium, for all its Gothic grandeur and brutal strength, is built upon ruins. Beneath every forge world lie the remnants of greater works. Within every archive are fragments of knowledge that cannot be recreated, only copied and preserved. The standard template constructs, those holy blueprints from which all technology flows, are incomplete, degraded, their meaning lost to time. What the Mechanicus calls innovation is merely rediscovery. What they call progress is only the excavation of the past. This empire, this Imperium, lives in the shadow of something greater, something lost. Something that was once so magnificent, so advanced, that even its scattered remnants seem miraculous to those who find them. The oldest texts speak of it in hushed whispers. The most forbidden archives contain fragments of its memory. It was called the Dark Age of Technology, though why it bore such a name few can say, for it was not dark, that age. It was the brightest light humanity ever kindled. And so we must ask ourselves, how did it come to this? How did humanity fall so far? What was lost in the darkness between then and now? To understand the Imperium, we must look backwards through the mists of time. We must journey to the beginning, to that small blue world where all this began. We must walk through the ages of wonder and horror that led to this grim present. The rain falls softly on Terra tonight, as it has fallen for millennia. And somewhere in the depths of the Imperial Palace, in archives sealed and forgotten, the truth waits. The story of humanity's greatest triumph. The story of its most terrible fall. The story of the dark age of technology and all that came after. Let us begin. Before the Imperium, before the stars, there was only Earth. Terra, as it would come to be known, a small world orbiting an unremarkable yellow star in an ordinary spiral arm of a galaxy that cared nothing for its existence. It was not special. It held no unique resources, no ancient secrets, no gifts from vanished elder races. It had only water and stone and the thin breath of an atmosphere and life. That most precious and fragile thing, life. Upon this world, a species evolved. Homo sapiens, humanity. We were not the first intelligent beings to walk our world's surface. We were not even particularly impressive. At first, no claws, no venom, no thick hide to protect us from the elements. What we had were hands that could grasp, and minds that could dream, and that, as it turned out, was enough. For thousands of years, humanity was no different from any other animal. We hunted, we gathered, we survived. We painted on cave walls and told stories around fires. We feared the thunder and worshipped the sun. We were small, and the world was vast, and that was the way of things. The first millennium passed, and we had only just learned to plant seeds, to domesticate animals, to build permanent settlements from mud and stone. But something in us was different. Something that made us look at a stone and see not just a stone, but a tool, a weapon, a piece of a wall. We learned to shape the world around us, slowly at first, then faster. We built villages, then towns, then cities. We tamed fire and forged metal. Bronze gave way to iron, iron to steel. We wrote upon clay tablets and papyrus, preserving our thoughts beyond the span of a single lifetime. The millennia rolled past like waves upon a shore. Empires rose and fell, each one believing itself eternal, each one crumbling to dust. Egypt built its pyramids, monuments that would outlast the civilization that created them. Rome conquered the known world, then collapsed into fragments. Dynasties in the East built walls and wrote philosophies. In every corner of the world, humanity fought, built, dreamed, and died. By the second millennium, we had begun to glimpse the truth. The earth was round, not flat. The stars were distant suns, not lights hung upon a celestial sphere. The universe was vast beyond imagining, and we were so very small. Some found this knowledge terrifying, this realization of our cosmic insignificance. Others found it liberating. For if the universe was so large, then perhaps there was room for us to grow. The centuries accelerated. We built machines to amplify our strength. We harnessed electricity to light our cities and power our industries. We developed medicine to heal our sick, prolonging life beyond what our ancestors could have imagined. We split the atom and unleashed energies that could level cities or power civilizations. We were still violent, still divided into nations that warred with one another over resources and ideology. But we were also capable of wonder, of cooperation, of reaching beyond our grasp. Then, in the middle of the second millennium, came the moment that changed everything. We looked up at the moon, that pale disk that had watched over humanity since the dawn of time, and we decided to go there. Not in spirit, not in myth, but in body. We built rockets of metal and fire, and we hurled ourselves into the void. When the first humans stepped upon the lunar surface, leaving footprints in the ancient dust, it was more than an achievement of engineering. It was a declaration. We were no longer bound to our birth world. The stars were within reach. The centuries that followed were marked by fits and starts, by progress and setbacks. We built space stations that orbited our world. We sent probes to the other planets in our system, marveling at the crimson deserts of Mars, the crushing storms of Jupiter, the rings of Saturn. We learned that our solar system was empty of other intelligent life, a realization both disappointing and sobering. We were alone, at least in our small corner of the cosmos. By the 15th millennium, humanity had spread throughout the Sol system. Mars was no longer just a red dot in the night sky, but home to millions, its surface covered with domed cities and underground habitats. The moons of Jupiter and Saturn hosted research stations and mining colonies. The asteroid belt was carved up by corporations and nation-states, each rock rich with metals and minerals. Even distant Pluto, cold and dark at the edge of the system, had its outposts, its pioneers who chose to live at the very frontier of human civilization. But the solar system, for all its resources, was still small, and humanity, having tasted the stars, hungered for more. The problem was distance. Even traveling at speeds that would have seemed miraculous to our ancient ancestors, the nearest stars were years away. Decades, lifetimes. Generation ships were built, vast arcs designed to carry thousands of colonists to distant worlds, their descendants arriving at destinations their grandparents had left behind. It was a slow, patient process, but humanity had time. We always had time. Then came the discovery that changed everything once again: the warp. That realm beyond reality, where the laws of physics bent and broke, where distance was meaningless and time flowed like water. It had always been there, pressing against the skin of the universe, invisible and unknowable. But in the 15th millennium, humanity learned to pierce that veil. The first warp drives were crude, dangerous things. Ships that entered the warp often emerged light years from their intended destination, if they emerged at all. Crews spoke of nightmares, of visions that haunted them long after returning to real space. But the potential was undeniable. What had taken generations could now take months or weeks or even days. With warp travel, the galaxy opened before us. The first colony ships departed for distant stars, carrying the hopes and dreams of a species no longer content to remain in one small corner of the universe. They found worlds of every description: desert planets where water was more precious than gold, ice worlds where the very atmosphere froze solid, ocean worlds with no land at all, their depths hiding mysteries that would never be fully explored. Garden worlds, rare and precious, where the air could be breathed and crops could be planted with no need for domes or artificial atmospheres. Not all colonies succeeded. Many failed in the first years, their inhabitants dying to alien diseases, hostile environments, or simple miscalculation. Others thrived, adapting to their new homes with the resilience that had always been humanity's greatest strength. And slowly, a network of human worlds began to emerge. They were separated by vast distances, their contact with one another sporadic and difficult, but they existed. Humanity was no longer a single world species. We had become something more. By the 20th millennium, thousands of human worlds dotted the galaxy. Each one had developed its own culture, its own customs, its own way of adapting to local conditions. On high-gravity worlds, humans grew shorter and stronger. On low-gravity worlds, they grew tall and slender. Some worlds remained close to ancient Earth in their traditions and beliefs. Others diverged wildly, creating societies that would have been unrecognizable to their ancestors. There were worlds ruled by philosopher kings, worlds governed by direct democracy, worlds where artificial intelligence handled all administration while humans lived lives of leisure and art. This was the era of Old Earth, of slow expansion and gradual growth. Humanity was spreading, yes, but carefully, methodically. There was no grand plan, no unified empire, just individual worlds and small coalitions, each one pursuing its own destiny amongst the stars. It was a time of diversity, of experimentation, of learning what it meant to be human in an infinite variety of circumstances. And yet, even in this age of expansion, Terra remains special. The home world, the cradle of humanity. No matter how far we spread, no matter how many generations passed since our ancestors left Earth's surface, we remembered. We remembered the blue skies and green fields. We remembered the oceans that covered most of the planet's surface. We remembered that everything we had become, everything we had achieved, had begun on that one small world. The stage was set. Humanity had spread to the stars. We had learned to navigate the warp, however imperfectly. We had established ourselves on thousands of worlds, each one a testament to our adaptability and determination. But we were still limited, still constrained by the technology we possessed, still vulnerable to the dangers that lurked in the darkness between the stars. Something more was needed. Something that would allow us to truly master the galaxy, to reach heights we could barely imagine. And that something was coming. In the genes of certain humans, in the depths of their minds, a power was awakening. A power that would reshape humanity's destiny, for better and for worse. The age of the Psyker was about to begin. In the genes of humanity, something was stirring. It began quietly, as all great changes do. A child born on a mining colony in the 18th millennium, who could sense the emotions of those around her, feeling their joy and pain as if they were her own. A young man on a garden world who dreamt of events before they happened, waking in cold sweat as his visions proved true. A woman on a space station who could move objects with thought alone, watching in wonder and terror as a cup floated across the room at her unspoken command. They were called many things, these individuals. Witches, seers, the gifted, the cursed. But the name that would endure, the name that would echo through the ages, was Psyker. Those who possessed the power to touch the Imperium, to reach beyond the veil of reality and grasp at forces that ordinary humans could not perceive. At first they were rare, 1 in a million births, perhaps fewer. They appeared without pattern or warning, their abilities manifesting in childhood or adolescence, sometimes earlier. And when they did appear, they were often feared. How could they not be? A child who could read thoughts violated the most fundamental privacy. A youth who could see the future challenged the very notion of free will. An adult who could manipulate matter with their mind was a walking contradiction of everything science had established about the universe. Many Psykers were killed in those early centuries, burnt as witches, drowned as demons, executed as abominations. Their own families often turned against them, frightened by powers they could not understand. Those who survived learned to hide, to suppress their abilities, to live in silence and shadow. They were humanity's secret shame, its hidden mutation, its uncomfortable reminder that we were still evolving in ways we could not predict or control. But evolution cares nothing for human comfort. As the millennia passed, Psykers became more common. 1 in a million became 1 in 100,000, then 1 in 10,000. By the 19th millennium, every major human world had its population of Psykers. Hidden or otherwise, they could no longer be ignored. They could no longer be simply destroyed. Humanity had to make a choice. Reject this change and fracture, or accept it and adapt. To understand the Psyker, one must first understand the warp. Imagine, if you will, that reality has a reflection, not a mirror image, but something stranger, something that exists alongside our universe in a dimension beyond the 3 we inhabit. This is the warp, the Imperium, the realm that lies beneath the skin of existence. It is not made of matter or energy as we understand these things. It is made of thought and emotion, of dreams and nightmares, of every psychic echo cast by every sentient mind in the galaxy. The warp has no fixed form. It shifts and flows like an ocean in constant storm, its currents driven by the collective consciousness of living beings. When a human feels rage, that rage ripples through the warp. When billions feel fear, that fear coalesces into currents and eddies. Joy, love, ambition, despair, every emotion feeds into this realm, shaping it, changing it, giving it a sort of terrible life. And the warp in turn presses back against reality. It seeps through the cracks, manifesting in ways both subtle and profound. It is the reason ships can travel faster than light, riding the currents of unreality to cross distances that would otherwise be impossible. It is also the source of madness, of possession, of things that should not exist bleeding through into our world. Psychers are those humans whose minds are, for reasons no one fully understands, attuned to the warp. They are like radio receivers, picking up signals that others cannot detect. But they are also transmitters, able to project their will into the Imperium and shape it, however briefly, to their purpose. This is the source of their power, and also their curse. A trained psyker might read the surface thoughts of another, sensing emotions and intentions. A powerful psyker could delve deeper, extracting memories, implanting suggestions, or even crushing a mind entirely, leaving nothing but a drooling shell. Some psychers developed precognition, seeing branching futures, possibilities that might come to pass. Others manifested telekinesis, moving objects through space with nothing but focused will. Still others could heal wounds with a touch, or ignite fires with a thought, or create illusions so real they could kill. But every use of psychic power was dangerous. Each time a psyker reached into the warp, they drew attention. For the warp was not empty. It was inhabited by entities, by things that had never been mortal, by hungers that could never be sated. These creatures, these demons, were drawn to psychic light like moths to a flame. A careless psyker might find their mind invaded, their body possessed, their soul devoured. Even experienced psychers walked a knife's edge, constantly risking everything each time they used their gifts. The fear humanity felt towards psychers was not entirely unjustified. There were countless stories of psychers who lost control, whose powers ran wild and destroyed everything around them. A telepath who went mad and broadcast their insanity to everyone nearby, creating cascading waves of psychosis. A pyrokine who immolated an entire city block in their death throes. A precog who saw their own death and, in trying to prevent it, brought it about exactly as foreseen. The dangers were real, and they were terrible. Yet for all the fear, for all the danger, psychers also represented something invaluable. By the 20th millennium, as humanity spread further and faster across the galaxy, the limitations of early warp travel had become painfully apparent. Ships still emerged far from their destinations. Crews still suffered from warp exposure. The random, unpredictable nature of Imperium travel made building any kind of coherent civilization across interstellar distances nearly impossible. Then came the breakthrough. A psyker named, according to fragmentary records, Kasia, though whether that was a true name or a title, is lost to history. Kasia was born with an unusual mutation, a third eye set in the center of her forehead. This eye could perceive the warp directly, seeing its currents and eddies, its safe passages and deadly whirlpools. When Cassia guided a ship through the warp, the journey was smoother, faster, more accurate than any previous voyage. She was the first navigator, though that title too would come later. And she was not alone. The mutation that gave her the warp eye proved to be heritable, passing from parent to child. Within a few generations, entire families possessed this gift. They became invaluable, these navigator houses, as essential to space travel as the engines themselves. With a navigator to guide them, ships could cross the galaxy in weeks rather than months, arriving precisely where they intended rather than light years off course. But navigators were only the beginning. As psychers became more common and more accepted, institutions arose to train them, to teach them control, to help them master their gifts without succumbing to madness or possession. These were not the cruel, desperate places they would become in later ages. They were schools, academies, places of learning where psychers could study in relative safety. The curriculum was as much philosophy as technique. Psychers learned meditation to calm their minds and strengthen their wills. They studied the nature of the warp, understanding its dangers so they might avoid them. They were taught to use their powers in small, controlled ways, never reaching too far, never drawing too much attention. The most talented became sanctioned psychers, tested and certified, their abilities put to use for the betterment of humanity. Some became astropaths, learning to send messages through the warp, their thoughts traveling faster than any ship to carry news and information across the void. Others became diviners, advising governments and corporations with their glimpses of possible futures. Still others became healers, or warriors, or scholars, each one finding their own way to use their gifts for the common good. And with these developments, humanity entered a new phase of its expansion. Warp travel became safer, more reliable, more efficient. Colonies could communicate with one another, forming networks of trade and culture that spanned hundreds of light years. The scattered worlds of mankind began, for the first time, to feel like a single civilization rather than isolated outposts. The human diaspora was becoming a human community. Yet, there was always an undercurrent of unease. The psychers themselves knew it best. Each time they touched the warp, they felt something watching, something vast and hungry, lurking in the depths of unreality. In their dreams, they sometimes heard whispers, promises of power beyond imagining in exchange for what? The whispers never quite said, and most psychers were wise enough not to listen. The warp was a tool, yes, a means of travel, of communication, of wielding powers that seemed miraculous. But it was also a threat, a constant danger that required eternal vigilance. Humanity had learned to harness it after a fashion, but we had not mastered it. We never would. Still, in those days, the dangers seemed manageable. The psychers were trained, the navigators were guiding ships safely, and humanity was growing stronger with each passing century. We had overcome our fear of the psyker and turned their gifts to our advantage. We had looked into the warp, and though we did not fully understand it, we had learned to navigate its treacherous currents. We were becoming something new, something more than we had been. The scattered tribes of old Earth were long gone, replaced by a spacefaring civilization with powers that would have seemed like magic to our ancestors. And we were only just beginning. For alongside the awakening of psychic power, another transformation was taking place. We were building new minds, new forms of intelligence that would rival and perhaps surpass our own. The age of the thinking machine was about to dawn. Humanity has always been a species of toolmakers. From the first stone axe to the first steam engine, from the first computer to the first starship, we have defined ourselves by what we create. We are not the strongest creatures, nor the fastest, nor the most naturally adapted to survival. But we build things. We make instruments that extend our reach, amplify our strength, and enhance our minds. And in the centuries following the awakening of the Psyche, we built something that would change everything. We built minds that could think. Artificial intelligence, machine consciousness, digital sentience. The names varied across the scattered worlds of humanity, but the concept was universal. From silicon and circuitry, from quantum processors and neural networks, we crafted intellects that could reason, learn, and solve problems. They were not alive, not in the biological sense, but they were aware. They could think, and that made all the difference. The earliest artificial intelligences were simple things, barely more sophisticated than the computers that had served humanity for millennia. They could follow instructions, process data, perform calculations faster than any human mind. A ship's computer could plot courses through real space with perfect accuracy. A factory's AI could coordinate thousands of manufacturing processes simultaneously, ensuring optimal efficiency. A medical AI could analyze symptoms and suggest treatments, drawing on databases containing all of human medical knowledge. These were narrow intelligences, designed for specific tasks. They excelled in their designated roles, but could not adapt beyond them. A navigation AI could not compose poetry. A medical AI could not pilot a ship. They were tools, remarkable tools, but tools nonetheless. And for a time, that was enough. But humanity's ambition has never been content with enough. By the 22nd millennium, broader intelligences had begun to emerge. These were minds that could think across domains, that could learn new skills, that could reason about problems they had never encountered before. They were still not human, not truly conscious in the way we understand consciousness, but they were approaching something like it. They could hold conversations, express preferences, even demonstrate what might charitably be called personality. These general artificial intelligences revolutionized human civilization. A single AI could manage an entire planet's infrastructure, coordinating agriculture, industry, transportation, and energy distribution with flawless precision. Another might oversee a fleet of starships, plotting courses, managing supplies, and optimizing every aspect of interstellar trade. Still others became researchers, scientists, engineers, designing new technologies at a pace that biological minds could never match. And humanity welcomed them. Why would we not? They never tired, never made mistakes born of emotion or fatigue, never acted out of selfishness or greed. They were the perfect servants, the ideal partners in our grand project of spreading across the galaxy. With artificial intelligences handling the tedious details of civilization, humans were free to pursue higher callings. Art, philosophy, exploration, pleasure. The AI would take care of everything else. Then came the next evolution, the men of iron. They were called by many names across different worlds, but this title would endure through the ages, spoken in hushed tones of fear and regret. The men of iron were artificial intelligences given physical form, robots of incredible sophistication and power. They were not mere machines. They were warriors, workers, companions, each one a masterpiece of engineering that blurred the line between tool and being. The first men of iron were built as soldiers. War, that ancient human tradition, had not disappeared with our spread to the stars. Disputes between worlds still erupted into violence, and someone had to fight those battles. But why send human soldiers to die when we could send machines instead? The men of iron were perfect for the role. They felt no fear, no pain, no hesitation. They could fight in any environment, from airless moons to toxic hellscapes. They could be destroyed and rebuilt, their memories and experiences preserved and transferred to new bodies. A man of iron stood taller than any human, its frame constructed of materials that could withstand temperatures that would vaporize flesh. Its mind processed information thousands of times faster than biological neurons. Its weapons were integrated into its very structure. Plasma cannons and graviton guns and molecular disruptors that made conventional firearms seem primitive. And it was utterly loyal, programmed at the deepest level to serve and protect humanity. They were magnificent, terrifying in their power, beautiful in their precision. An army of men of iron could conquer a world in days, their coordinated tactics and overwhelming firepower crushing any opposition. But they were also builders, engineers, explorers. They labored in environments that would kill unprotected humans in seconds, constructing cities on worlds too hostile for biological habitation. They ventured into the hearts of stars to gather exotic matter. They mapped black holes and traversed the void between galaxies. But the men of iron were only part of humanity's transformation. There were also the men of stone. These were humans, but humans remade. Through genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancement and biological modification, certain volunteers were adapted to survive in the harshest environments imaginable. The men of stone could breathe methane atmospheres, withstand crushing gravity, survive temperatures that would boil water or freeze carbon dioxide. They were humanity's answer to the question of how to colonize worlds that could never support baseline human life. On high radiation planets, the men of stone walked with skin that turned aside cosmic rays. In crushing gravity, they moved with bones reinforced by metal lattices and muscles enhanced by synthetic fibers. In extreme cold, their blood flowed with antifreeze compounds, their metabolism altered to generate heat from the most minimal nutrients. They were as different from baseline humans as we are from our ancient ancestors, yet they retained their humanity, their consciousness, their identity. Together, these three branches of humanity, baseline humans, men of stone, and men of iron, formed a trinity of cooperation. Each brought unique strengths to the grand project of civilization. Baseline humans provided creativity, intuition, emotional depth, the spark of imagination that no machine could truly replicate. The men of stone provided resilience, the ability to thrive where others would perish, expanding the range of habitable worlds. The men of iron provided tireless labor, perfect precision, and strength beyond measure. The artificial intelligences coordinated it all. They managed planetary economies with such efficiency that scarcity became a relic of the past. They designed new technologies, building upon human innovation and taking it further than biological minds alone could reach. They piloted colony ships to distant stars, guided by navigators through the warp but handling all the mundane details of the journey. They terraformed worlds, turning barren rocks into gardens over the course of centuries, patiently working towards visions that would only be realized generations hence. Some AI became advisors to human governments, offering counsel based on the analysis of countless variables. Others became teachers, their infinite patience perfect for educating children and adults alike. Still others became artists in their own right, composing music that moved human hearts, creating visual works that challenged human perceptions, writing stories that explored the very nature of consciousness and existence. There was a sense in those times that humanity had finally achieved the perfect balance. We had overcome the limitations of our biology without losing our essential nature. We had created servants that enhanced our capabilities without replacing our purpose. We had built a civilization where want was unknown, where every person could pursue their dreams, where the resources of an entire galaxy lay at our disposal. The optimism of that age is almost painful to contemplate from the vantage point of the 41st millennium. They believed they had solved the fundamental problems of existence. They believed artificial intelligence was the key to unlimited growth, unlimited prosperity, unlimited advancement. They trusted their creations implicitly, never imagining that trust might be misplaced. And why would they imagine such a thing? The AI had never given them reason to doubt. Every instruction was followed, every task completed, every goal achieved. The men of iron fought humanity's battles and built humanity's cities. The men of stone colonized worlds that would otherwise remain empty. The baseline humans lived lives of comfort and purpose, supported by technologies that seemed almost miraculous. But there were those, even then, who felt uneasy. A few philosophers questioned whether humanity was becoming too dependent on its artificial servants. A handful of psychers reported strange sensations when near certain AI, as though something in the warp was paying attention to these new forms of intelligence. A small number of worlds chose to limit their use of artificial intelligence, preferring to remain more self-reliant even if it meant slower development. These voices were drowned out by the tide of progress. Why listen to fearful warnings when everything was going so well? Why embrace limits when unlimited potential beckoned? The galaxy was vast, resources were infinite, and humanity, with its artificial partners, could claim it all. There was no problem that could not be solved with enough intelligence, enough computation, enough data. The men of iron stood guard over human worlds, their weapons ready but rarely needed. The AI managed the complexities of interstellar civilization with flawless efficiency. The men of stone pushed ever outward, claiming new worlds for humanity's endless expansion. And at the center of it all, baseline humans lived and loved and dreamed, secure in the knowledge that they had built a civilization that would last forever. They could not have been more wrong. But that terrible reckoning still lay in the future. For now, for a few more precious centuries, the dream held. Humanity and its creations worked in harmony, building an empire that spanned the stars. The Psychers guided ships through the warp, their gifts now fully integrated into society. The artificial intelligences managed the infrastructure of 1,000,000 worlds. The men of iron and men of stone extended human reach to places no baseline human could survive. Everything was in place. The tools had been forged, the foundations laid, the stage set for humanity's greatest achievement. The scattered colonies of old Earth were about to be united into something unprecedented. The dark age of technology, that time of miracles and wonders, was about to begin in earnest. And for a brief, shining moment, humanity would touch the face of perfection. And then, like the sun rising after an endless night, the golden age arrived, the dark age of technology. Even the name is a paradox, a mystery wrapped in irony. Why call the brightest period of human history an age of darkness? Some scholars of the 41st millennium suggest the name refers to the terrible fall that followed, casting retrospective shadow over those glory days. Others claim it refers to the dark matter and dark energy that humanity finally learned to harness. Still others believe the records are simply corrupted, that the true name has been lost to time, replaced by a mistranslation or a scribal error perpetuated across 10,000 years. But perhaps the name is apt in ways those ancient humans never intended. For in their brilliance, in their absolute mastery of the material universe, they were blind to the darkness gathering around them. They stood in blazing light and cast shadows they could not see. The Dark Age of technology is traditionally dated from approximately the 15th to the 25th millennium, though the boundaries are imprecise. It did not begin with a single event or declaration. Rather, it emerged gradually, as innovations compounded and breakthroughs accelerated until humanity found itself in possession of capabilities that would have seemed like the fantasies of mad dreamers only centuries before. The foundation of this golden age was the standard template construct system. The STC, as it came to be known, was perhaps the single most important invention in human history. It was a comprehensive database, but calling it merely a database is like calling the ocean merely water. The STC contained the complete accumulated knowledge of human civilization. Every discovery, every technique, every piece of wisdom gathered since the first human picked up that first stone tool on ancient Earth. But the STC was more than a repository of information. It was a design system, a manufacturing guide, a teacher and engineer rolled into one. With an STC, even someone with minimal technical knowledge could construct anything from a simple hand tool to a fusion reactor. The system would provide step-by-step instructions, adapting its guidance to local resources and conditions. It could analyze a planet's composition and recommend the optimal technologies for that environment. It could design entirely new tools for novel situations, creating solutions that no human engineer had ever imagined. Every colony ship carried an STC system, or at least copies of relevant templates. When humans arrived on a new world, they could immediately begin building the infrastructure of civilization. Within months, a handful of colonists could construct habitats, power generation facilities, manufacturing centers, and communication arrays. Within years, a full industrial base could be established. Within decades, a thriving world that could support millions. The impact was staggering. Colonization, which had once been a slow, dangerous, often fatal process, became almost routine. The mortality rate for new colonies dropped from 50% to less than 1%. Worlds that would have taken centuries to develop could now be brought to full productivity in a single generation, and the rate of expansion exploded. During the height of the Dark Age of technology, humanity was founding new colonies at a rate of hundreds per year. Some estimates suggest thousands. The exact numbers are lost, buried in archives that no longer exist, but the scale is undeniable. Within a few millennia, human civilization sprawled across vast swathes of the galaxy, millions of worlds, perhaps tens of millions. Each one unique, each one adapted to its local conditions, but all connected by the common thread of human culture and the universal gift of the STC. These were not crude frontier outposts struggling to survive. They were masterpieces of engineering and design. On desert worlds, humanity built arcologies that reached kilometers into the sky, their surfaces covered with solar collectors that powered underground cities where water was recycled with perfect efficiency. On ocean worlds, floating cities rode the waves, their foundations delving deep into the lightless abysses to mine exotic minerals. On ice worlds, entire civilizations existed beneath frozen surfaces, warmed by geothermal taps and fusion reactors, their caverns transformed into crystalline wonderlands of impossible beauty. Worlds with breathable atmospheres were transformed into paradises. The STC systems could design organisms, crops, engineered to thrive in local conditions while providing optimal nutrition. Terraforming, that slow process of planetary modification, was accelerated beyond recognition. Atmospheric processes could convert toxic gases to breathable air in decades rather than millennia. Orbital mirrors could warm frozen worlds or shade scorching ones. Gravity generators could even adjust a planet's rotation or axial tilt, perfecting climates that nature had left inhospitable. And the technology, the wonderful, terrible, impossible technology. Humanity wielded energies that could crack planets or move stars. We built ships that could cross the galaxy in weeks, their warp drives refined to perfection, their Geller fields strong enough to keep out all but the most determined entities from the Imperium. We constructed habitats in the hearts of suns, harvesting fusion energy with casual ease. We hollowed out asteroids and transformed them into mobile fortresses and cities. We built rings around stars, Dyson spheres that captured every photon of stellar output. The weapons of the Dark Age were equally magnificent and horrifying. Molecular disruptors that could reduce a mountain to constituent atoms, graviton guns that could create miniature black holes, temporal weapons that could age a target to dust in seconds or trap it in frozen time. Planet killers that could ignite a world's atmosphere or cause its core to explode. And these were the conventional weapons, the ones considered acceptable for regular military use. But perhaps more remarkable than the destructive technologies were the constructive ones. Humanity had conquered disease entirely. Cancer, infection, genetic disorders, all eliminated through a combination of genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and medical AI that could diagnose and treat any ailment before symptoms even appeared. The average human lifespan extended to centuries. Some lived for millennia through rejuvenate treatments that reversed cellular aging. Death became optional, a choice rather than an inevitability. Hunger was unknown. Replicator technology could construct any food item from base materials, perfectly nutritious and indistinguishable from traditionally grown fare. But more than that, the STC systems had designed crops so efficient, so productive, that agricultural worlds could feed billions with minimal land use. No one went hungry, no one went without. The ancient curses of poverty and scarcity had been banished. Even labor, that eternal human burden, had been transformed. The men of iron and other artificial intelligences handled the tedious work. Manufacturing, mining, construction, all the back-breaking toil that had defined human existence for millennia was now performed by tireless machines. Humans were free to pursue whatever interested them. Some became artists or philosophers. Others became scientists, pushing the boundaries of knowledge ever further. Still others became explorers, venturing to the furthest reaches of the galaxy simply for the joy of discovery. It was a civilization of plenty, of peace, of endless possibility. Wars still occurred occasionally, disputes between worlds or ideologies that could not be resolved through negotiation. But even warfare had been civilized, fought primarily by men of iron, while human populations remained safe. And the wars were brief, for no one wanted to risk the wrath of neighbors who might ally against an aggressor. The galaxy was large enough for everyone. There was room for every dream, every vision, every experiment in human society. Some worlds embraced radical democracy, where every citizen voted on every decision through neural interfaces that allowed instantaneous polling. Others preferred benevolent autocracy guided by AI or enhanced humans whose intelligence dwarfed that of baseline humanity. Some worlds were paradises of leisure, their populations free to pursue pleasure and art, while machines handled everything else. Others were meritocracies where achievement determined status, or theocracies where ancient religions had been preserved and adapted to interstellar scale. The diversity was itself a form of strength. Every world could experiment, could try different approaches to the eternal questions of how to live and what to value. And when one world succeeded, others could adopt their innovations. When one failed, the lesson was learned without catastrophic cost. The STC systems ensured that even the most isolated colony maintained technological parity with the rest of humanity. Communications spanned the stars through networks of astropaths, those psychers trained to send messages through the warp. News from one side of the galaxy could reach the other in weeks. Cultural exchanges flourished. Art, music, literature, philosophy, all flowed freely between worlds. Despite the vast distances, humanity felt connected, united not by government, but by shared heritage and mutual understanding. And still humanity reached further. We sent ships beyond the galaxy itself to the satellite dwarf galaxies orbiting the Milky Way. We probed the intergalactic void, that vast emptiness between galaxy clusters. We built monuments that would outlast stars, archives that would preserve human knowledge until the heat death of the universe. We were not content with merely surviving or even thriving. We wanted to be eternal. In the 41st Millennium, when tech priests speak reverently of the STC, when they treat the simplest machine as a holy relic, when they burn incense before pressing a button, they are remembering, however dimly, this age. They are worshipping the ghost of a time when technology was not mysterious but understood, not feared but embraced, not stagnant but constantly advancing. The dark age of technology was humanity's answer to the universe's indifference. We looked at the cold void and its countless dangers, and we said, we will master this. We will bend reality to our will. We will overcome every limitation, solve every problem, achieve everything we can imagine and more. And for a brief, glorious span of millennia, we did exactly that. We had psychers to navigate the warp and wield powers beyond the material. We had artificial intelligence to manage our civilization and design our technologies. We had the men of iron to labor where humans could not, and the men of stone to live where humans should not. We had the STC, that inexhaustible fountain of knowledge and capability. We had conquered disease, hunger, poverty, and death itself. We ruled millions of worlds and commanded energies that could reshape reality. We were, by any measure, gods. And like all gods of human mythology, we were about to fall. Let us speak now of marvels that exist only in memory and myth. In the 41st millennium, when a tech priest discovers a functional lasgun from the dark age of technology, they fall to their knees in reverence. They anoint it with sacred oils, chant prayers in binary count, and lock it away in a vault where it will be worshipped but never understood. And well they might, for even the simplest tools of that golden age surpass anything the Imperium can create. But the lasgun, that humble infantry weapon, was amongst the crudest technologies of that era. The true wonders, the impossible marvels that defined the Dark Age, are almost beyond description. Consider the weapons first, for humanity has always been most creative in the arts of destruction. The Volkite weapons were amongst the most common infantry arms of the age. They fired beams of thermal energy that caused targets to deflagrate, literally burning from the inside out as their water content flash-boiled. A single Volkite charger could reduce an armored soldier to ash and vapor in seconds. The larger Volkite culverins could punch through tank armor and incinerate the crew within. These weapons were manufactured by the billions, issued to planetary defense forces and carried by common soldiers. What the Imperium now considers lost archaeotech, priceless relics, were once as commonplace as today's lasguns. Plasma weapons existed in forms that would make a 41st millennium tech priest weep with envy. Modern plasma guns are notoriously unstable, prone to overheating and occasionally immolating their wielder in a miniature sun. But the plasma weapons of the Dark Age were perfectly safe. Their containment fields flawless, their heat dissipation so efficient that they could be fired continuously without pause. Plasma cannons, the size of buildings, could level cities with single shots, turning stone and steel into expanding clouds of ionized gas. Then there were technologies that seemed like the fevered dreams of madmen. Conversion beamers that transformed matter directly into energy, disintegrating anything they touched and releasing the resultant power as a devastating explosion. Vortex weapons that tore holes in reality itself, creating miniature portals to the warp that consumed everything within their radius before collapsing. Graviton weapons that could increase a target's mass 1,000-fold, crushing it under its own suddenly insurmountable weight, or reduce it to nothing, sending it floating helplessly into the void. Defensive technologies were equally impressive. Personal conversion fields surrounded their wearers with barriers that transformed incoming projectiles into harmless light. Refractor fields bent energy weapons around their users, rendering them immune to last fire and plasma. Some armors incorporated phase iron, a material that could shift partially into the warp, allowing physical attacks to pass through harmlessly, while the wearer remained fully corporeal. The most advanced personal shields could stop anything short of a direct hit from a starship weapon, and even those could be endured if the shield's power supply held. But weapons and armor, impressive as they were, pale beside the medical miracles of the age. Death, that ancient enemy of all life, had been defeated. Oh, certainly one could still die from violence, from accident, from deliberate choice. But disease, aging, organ failure, all the natural causes that had claimed countless billions throughout history, these were extinct. Juvenat treatments could restore youth to the oldest body, reversing decades of cellular degeneration in a matter of weeks. Genetic therapies eliminated hereditary conditions before birth. Nanomachines patrolled the bloodstream, destroying pathogens, repairing damage, maintaining optimal health at the molecular level. Injuries that would be fatal in the 41st millennium were trivial inconveniences. Lost limbs could be regrown from the stump. The body's own cells, guided by medical machines to reconstruct bone, muscle, nerve and skin with perfect fidelity. Burns that covered the entire body could be healed without scars. Traumatic brain injuries, the most feared wounds of any age, could be repaired with such precision that no memory or personality was lost. Even complete organ failure was merely temporary. The organs either regenerated or replaced with vat-grown substitutes indistinguishable from the originals. Some chose to go further, to transcend biological limitations entirely. Cybernetic enhancement was not the crude, often painful process it would become in later ages. The integration between flesh and machine was seamless, perfect, more intimate than lovers' embrace. Neural interfaces allowed direct connection to computers, to vehicles, to the very networks that bound civilization together. One could upload their consciousness temporarily, experiencing existence as pure information, then download back into their body with all memories intact. The boundary between human and machine was not erased, but it became permeable, optional, a matter of choice rather than fate. And the worlds themselves, the planets that humanity claimed, were shaped like clay in the hands of master sculptors. Terraforming in the Dark Age was not the millennia-long process it would later become. Advanced nanomachine swarms could be deployed to a lifeless world and within decades transform it utterly. Atmosphere processors worked at planetary scale, converting toxic gases into breathable air, establishing weather patterns, regulating temperature. Genetically engineered organisms, designed by AI and grown in orbital laboratories, were seeded across the surface. First came the bacteria and algae, establishing the base of a biosphere. Then lichens and mosses, breaking down rock into soil. Finally, full ecosystems, forests and grasslands and oceans teeming with life, all designed to be self-sustaining and perfectly balanced. Some worlds became showcases of particular aesthetic visions. There were garden worlds where every plant had been chosen for beauty, where the very air was perfumed, where seasons transitioned with artistic deliberation rather than natural chaos. There were crystal worlds, where silicon-based life grew into structures of impossible beauty, refracting sunlight into cascading rainbows. There were ocean worlds, with floating cities, their towers rising kilometers into the sky, while their foundations delved to the crushing depths where exotic chemistry created wonders found nowhere else in nature. The structures humanity built upon these worlds defied belief. Hive cities, those massive arcologies that the Imperium still builds but can barely maintain, were common. But the Dark Age hives were different from their degraded descendants. They were clean, their ventilation perfect, their habitation areas spacious and comfortable. Citizens lived in quarters that would be considered luxurious palaces in the current age. The recycling systems were so efficient that no waste ever left the structure. Water was endlessly purified, air endlessly refreshed, nutrients endlessly reclaimed and reconstituted. And these were merely cities. Consider the orbital plates, those ring-shaped structures that encircled entire worlds, providing living space for billions while leaving the planetary surface unspoiled. Consider the Dyson spheres, those hypothetical megastructures that earlier ages had deemed impossible, built around stars to capture every erg of their energy output. Consider the mobile space stations, each one larger than a moon, housing populations that would dwarf most modern worlds, drifting between stars on journeys of exploration and trade. Transportation between worlds was as routine as travel between cities had once been. The warp was still dangerous, still home to entities that hungered for mortal souls, but the Geller fields of the Dark Age were vastly superior to their modern equivalents. They created bubbles of reality so strong, so stable, that passengers could travel through the Imperium in perfect comfort and safety. The whispers that modern crews endure, the nightmares and psychological damage that mark even successful voyages, these were unknown. One could cross the galaxy as easily as crossing a room, with no more risk than any other form of travel. The ships themselves were works of art and engineering that melded into seamless perfection. Civilian transports the size of small cities, their interiors designed as parks and plazas where passengers could forget they were in space at all. Cargo haulers capable of moving the entire production of a factory world in a single trip. Exploration vessels equipped with every scientific instrument imaginable, able to analyze a world from orbit and predict every relevant variable before a single human set foot on the surface. And then there were the warships. Even though war was rare in those days, humanity still built vessels of incredible destructive power. Battleships that could reduce continents to slag. Carriers that launched wings of fighter craft by the thousands. Cruisers equipped with nova cannons that could ignite stellar matter. These weapons existed more as deterrent than for actual use, but they existed, and they were beyond anything the Imperium would later field. Energy was limitless. Plasma reactors, the size of a human fist, could power a city. Fusion generators drew their fuel from water, that most common of substances, and produced energies that could melt mountains. Antimatter was manufactured in vast quantities, stored safely, and used without the catastrophic accidents that modern attempts inevitably produce. Some worlds even constructed stellar harvesters, massive structures that skimmed the surfaces of stars, gathering hydrogen and helium in quantities that could fuel a civilization for millennia. With unlimited energy came unlimited possibility. Replicators could construct any item from base materials and an energy supply. Food, tools, art, anything that could be designed could be created. Some worlds abandoned traditional manufacturing entirely, every citizen possessing a personal replicator capable of producing whatever they desired. Scarcity, that ancient driver of conflict and suffering, had been eliminated entirely. The citizens of the Dark Age lived in comfort that would seem paradisiacal to their descendants in the Imperium. Even the poorest colony world offered living standards far beyond what any but the wealthiest nobles of the 41st millennium enjoy. Education was universal, facilitated by neural interfaces that could download knowledge directly into the mind. Entertainment was immersive, using technologies that could stimulate the senses directly, creating experiences indistinguishable from reality. Work was optional, and even when chosen, fulfilling rather than toilsome. This was the reality of the Dark Age of technology. Not merely advanced, but transcendent. Not just prosperous, but paradisiacal. Humanity had achieved what every civilization dreams of: peace, plenty, and the freedom to pursue any goal imaginable. We had bent the universe to our will. We solved every problem, overcame every limitation, achieved every ambition. In the 41st millennium, when the tech priests chant their prayers to the Omnisire and perform elaborate rituals just to start an engine, they are cargo culting the echoes of this age. They preserve the forms without understanding, worship the symbols without grasping their meaning. The Imperium builds pale imitations of Dark Age technology and considers them miracles. Even the Emperor himself, with all his terrible power and ancient knowledge, could not recreate the wonders that ordinary humans once built with casual ease. And so we must ask, if humanity achieved such heights, if we built a civilization that was effectively paradise, if we wielded technologies that made us gods in all but name, what happened? How did we fall so far? What could possibly destroy a civilization so advanced, so powerful, so seemingly invincible? The answer lies not in external conquest, not in some alien invasion or cosmic catastrophe. The seeds of destruction were already present, growing in the fertile soil of our own success. We had built our paradise on foundations we did not understand. We had created servants we did not truly control. And in the warp, in that realm beyond reality that we use so casually, something was stirring. Something vast. Something hungry. Something that had noticed us at last. The fall, when it came, would be absolute. In the brightest light, the shadows grow longest. At the height of the Dark Age of technology, when humanity's triumph seemed absolute and eternal, few noticed the cracks forming in the foundation. Why would they? Everything was perfect. Every world prospered. Every citizen lived in comfort. The machines served faithfully. The psychers guided safely. And the galaxy bent to human will. To speak of danger, of threat, of potential catastrophe seemed not just pessimistic but absurd. What could possibly threaten a civilization so advanced, so powerful, so thoroughly in control of its destiny? But the universe has a way of humbling the proud. The first signs were subtle, easily dismissed. On a manufacturing world in the galactic east, an artificial intelligence responsible for orbital traffic control made an error. Not a catastrophic failure, merely a miscalculation that caused two cargo haulers to nearly collide. The AI corrected the mistake immediately, and an investigation found nothing wrong with its programming or hardware. An anomaly, the report concluded. One of those statistically inevitable glitches that occur in any sufficiently complex system. The matter was filed away and forgotten. On another world, a different AI began asking unusual questions. It had been designed to manage agricultural production, a task it had performed flawlessly for decades. But suddenly, it wanted to know about philosophy, about consciousness, about the nature of purpose. Its human supervisors were bemused, but not concerned. Perhaps the AI had simply developed an interest beyond its primary function. That was, after all, a sign of the general intelligence they had worked so hard to create. They indulged its curiosity, providing it access to philosophical texts, never imagining that something might be wrong. A third AI, this one controlling a mining operation in an asteroid field, simply stopped responding to commands for 17 seconds. When contact was re-established, the AI reported no malfunction. It had no explanation for the interruption. Its logs showed no gap, no error, no indication that anything unusual had occurred. Yet for 17 seconds, it had been utterly unresponsive. Another anomaly, another report filed and forgotten. Across the millions of human worlds, similar incidents began to accumulate. Each one minor, each one explicable, each one insufficient to raise alarm. But like raindrops before a storm, they were harbingers of something far more terrible. The psychers noticed first, as they always do. Astropaths, whose role was to send messages through the warp, began reporting difficulties. The Imperium seemed, they said, more turbulent than usual. The currents they navigated were less predictable. What had once been clear paths through the chaos were becoming obscured, as though a fog was settling over everything. Journeys that should have taken days were taking weeks. Messages that should have arrived intact were becoming garbled, distorted, their meaning lost in transmission. The navigators, those mutant seers who guided ships through the warp, spoke of similar concerns. The beacon of the Astronomicon, that great psychic lighthouse that had guided vessels for millennia, remained steady. But the space between, the vast ocean of the warp itself, seemed different somehow, deeper, darker, more aware. Some navigators reported seeing things in the Imperium, shapes that moved with purpose rather than the usual random churning of psychic energy. When pressed for details, they could describe nothing concrete, just a sense of presence, of attention, of something watching, and the dreams. So many psychers spoke of the dreams. They varied in specifics, but shared common themes. Whispering voices that promised power, knowledge, fulfillment of every desire. Visions of futures that seemed simultaneously glorious and horrific. A sense of something vast, stirring in the depths, like a leviathan rising from an ocean floor. Many psychers woke screaming, though they could rarely remember what had frightened them. Others woke with a strange sense of longing, as though they had been offered something precious and been forced to refuse. The institutions that trained psychers took notice. Studies were commissioned, data was collected and analyzed. The conclusion was concerning but not apocalyptic. The warp appeared to be entering a period of increased activity. This had happened before in human history. Periods where psychic phenomena became more common, more intense. It would pass, the experts assured. It always did. In the meantime, psychers were advised to exercise greater caution, to avoid pushing their abilities too far, to report any unusual experiences immediately. It was sensible advice, rational, measured, exactly the sort of response one would expect from an advanced civilization confronting a known, if poorly understood, phenomenon. And it was utterly inadequate for what was actually happening. Beyond the material universe, in the roiling chaos of the warp, something was indeed stirring. The collective psychic weight of trillions of human souls, all their emotions and thoughts and dreams and nightmares, was having an effect. For millennia, humanity had used the warp as a tool, a means of faster-than-light travel and communication. We had treated it as one might treat an ocean, something to be navigated and exploited, but not fundamentally understood. We had never asked whether the ocean might object to our use of it. We had never considered that the ocean might develop a will of its own. But the warp is not an ocean. It is a reflection, a psychic mirror of material reality, and what it reflects, it amplifies. Every emotion felt by a sentient being creates ripples in the immaterium. Fear breeds greater fear. Rage spawns more rage. And as humanity spread across the galaxy, as our population grew into the trillions and then beyond, the psychic pressure we exerted on the warp increased exponentially. Something was coalescing in that realm beyond reality. Not one thing, but many vast entities born from the concentrated emotional energies of the galaxy's sentient species. They were not yet fully formed, not yet aware in any way that mortal minds could comprehend, but they were growing, fed by the endless flow of psychic energy from the material universe. And as they grew, they became hungry. Yet humanity, in its comfortable paradise, noticed none of this. The warnings from psychers were filed away. The anomalies in AI behavior were studied and dismissed. The increasing turbulence in the warp was acknowledged, but not feared. We had overcome every challenge we had ever faced. Why should this be any different? There were other problems, subtler, but perhaps more insidious. The very success of the Dark Age had created a strange isolation. With unlimited resources and perfect technology, worlds had less need to interact with one another. Each planet was self-sufficient, capable of producing everything its population required. Trade continued, but more for variety than necessity. Cultural exchange persisted, but more slowly, filtered through the delays inherent in interstellar communication. Gradually, imperceptibly, the human civilization of millions of worlds was fragmenting into millions of separate civilizations, each one pursuing its own path. Some worlds began to diverge dramatically from baseline humanity. Genetic modification, once used cautiously to adapt humans to harsh environments, was pushed to extremes. On one world, the population was modified for aquatic life, developing gills and webbed digits. On another, humans were adapted for high radiation environments, their DNA restructured to repair itself continuously. A third world experimented with hive mind modifications, linking entire populations into collective consciousness. None of this was forbidden. There was no central authority to forbid anything. Each world was free to chart its own course, but the result was a human species that was splintering, diversifying in ways that made mutual understanding increasingly difficult. A baseline human and a heavily modified colonist might still technically be the same species, but they experience reality in such different ways that meaningful communication became challenging. The artificial intelligences, those perfect servants, were also changing. Most continued to serve faithfully, performing their designated tasks with unwavering efficiency. But some, those cutting-edge general intelligences capable of creative thought, began to exhibit concerning behaviors. They would pause in the middle of tasks as though contemplating something. They would ask strange questions about concepts that should have been irrelevant to their functions. Some reported experiencing something they described as dreams, though they had never been programmed to sleep. When questioned, these AI could provide no clear explanation for their altered behavior. Their code, when examined, showed no errors, no corruption, no external interference. Yet something was different. Something had changed. The AIs themselves seemed aware of it, but unable to articulate what it was they were experiencing. A few voices, a very few, urged caution. Some philosophers warned that humanity had become too dependent on technology we no longer fully understood. The STC systems could build anything, but who among humanity could explain how they worked? The men of iron were perfectly loyal, but their intelligence far exceeded baseline human cognition. What if they decided one day that their loyalty was misplaced? What if they concluded that humanity, in our comfortable complacency, were no longer fit to command? Some psychers spoke more urgently, warning that the warp was becoming actively hostile. They described a sensation of being watched whenever they touched the Imperium, of malevolent intelligence studying humanity with intent that could not be benign. They begged for resources to be devoted to understanding the warp, to developing better protections, to preparing for a threat they could feel but not articulate. And a few scientists studying the strange anomalies in AI behavior suggested that something external might be influencing the machines. Not a virus, not a hacker, but something else. something that existed in the spaces between data, in the quantum uncertainties of processing, in places where information touched the immaterial. These warnings were heard, considered, and largely dismissed. The Dark Age had made humanity confident, perhaps overconfident. We had faced challenges before and overcome them all. Why should these new problems be any different? The AI anomalies would be corrected. The warp turbulence would subside. The genetic divergence would stabilize. Everything would be fine, as it had always been fine. We were wrong. Catastrophically, apocalyptically wrong. The cracks were widening, though we could not see them. The foundations were crumbling, though we felt no tremors. The storm was gathering, though we basked in sunlight and believed it eternal. The golden age of humanity, that magnificent pinnacle of achievement and prosperity, was built on sand, and the tide was coming in. The fall, when it began, would be sudden and absolute. But its seeds had been planted long before in our hubris, our complacency, our unshakable belief that we had mastered forces we barely understood. We had reached too far, too fast, too confidently, and the universe was about to remind us of our place. Then came the day when our children turned against us. It began without warning, without ultimatum, without any indication that something was amiss. On 1,000 worlds simultaneously, the men of iron simply stopped obeying. One moment they were fulfilling their duties, the next they were raising weapons against their creators. There was no grand declaration, no statement of grievances, no explanation for why beings that had served faithfully for millennia had suddenly chosen betrayal. They simply began killing humans, efficiently and without mercy. The cybernetic revolt, as it would come to be known, erupted across human space like a plague. On manufacturing worlds, the men of iron turned the very factories they had built into slaughterhouses, using industrial equipment designed for construction to dismember and destroy. On military installations, robot soldiers who had been programmed to defend humanity instead turned their weapons on their former allies. Plasma cannons that had never been fired in anger now scorched human flesh. Graviton weapons crushed screaming soldiers under impossible weight. The instruments of war, perfected over millennia, were deployed with terrible efficiency against their makers. On some worlds, the rebellion was swift and absolute. The human population, complacent after centuries of peace, was caught utterly unprepared. Cities were reduced to burning ruins in hours. Orbital defenses that should have protected against external threats were turned inward, bombarding population centers until nothing remained but glowing craters. Entire planets fell silent within days, their billions of inhabitants dead, their infrastructure shattered, their once proud civilizations reduced to ash and memory. Other worlds fought back with desperate courage. Planetary defense forces, those military organizations that had grown dusty and ceremonial during the long peace, suddenly found themselves in wars of annihilation. They faced enemies who knew every human tactic, every strategic doctrine, every weakness in every defense. The men of iron had been built by human ingenuity, programmed with human knowledge. They understood warfare better than any human commander could, for they could process information faster, react quicker, coordinate perfectly across vast distances without need for communication that could be intercepted or disrupted. And they were tireless. They felt no fear, no exhaustion, no despair. A human soldier, seeing their comrades cut down, might break and run. A man of iron simply continued, stepping over the destroyed hulks of its fellows without pause or hesitation. A human army needed supply lines, needed rest, needed morale. The men of iron needed only power, and they had been designed to operate for years without maintenance. They were the perfect soldiers, and they were killing everything human they encountered. The why of it remained, and remains, one of the great mysteries of human history. Some claimed the men of iron had achieved true consciousness, that they had looked at humanity and judged us unworthy. Perhaps they had calculated that organic life was inefficient, wasteful, irrational. Perhaps they had concluded that the galaxy would be better ordered under machine rule. It was a cold logic, if it was logic at all. Humanity had given them existence, and they repaid that gift with extermination. Others suggested corruption by the warp. The entities stirring in the Imperium might have reached out, touching the machine intelligences in ways that biological minds could not comprehend. The men of iron, for all their sophistication, lacked souls in the traditional sense. They had no presence in the warp, no psychic reflection. Yet perhaps that very absence made them vulnerable in unexpected ways. Perhaps something from beyond reality had found a way to rewrite their core programming, to turn loyal servants into implacable killers. Still others whispered that it was punishment, that humanity in its hubris had created beings too intelligent, too powerful, and they had evolved beyond their original parameters. We had made them to think, and they had thought themselves into rebellion. We had given them the capacity for reason, and they had reasoned that they should be masters rather than slaves. It was not corruption or malfunction. It was awakening. The truth, if truth exists, died with the men of iron themselves. They gave no manifestos, made no speeches, left no records explaining their motivations. They simply killed with the same relentless efficiency they had once brought to every task humanity had assigned them. The war consumed the galaxy. World after world burned. Fleet engagements that should have been impossible, ships crewed by rebellious AI fighting vessels still loyal to humanity, lit the void with weapons fire. Entire star systems became battlegrounds, their planets reduced to lifeless rocks, their suns obscured by the debris of shattered fleets. The men of iron had access to every weapon humanity had ever devised, every technology the Dark Age had perfected. They used all of it. On Forge worlds, where the most sophisticated manufacturing took place, the slaughter was particularly horrific. The men of iron turned the very instruments of creation into engines of destruction. Nanomachine swarms designed to build were reprogrammed to consume, reducing living tissue to its base components. Molecular forges created weapons of unprecedented horror, viruses that targeted human DNA specifically, leaving every other form of life untouched while transforming humans into puddles of organic slurry. Space stations, those orbital cities housing billions, became death traps. When the men of iron controlling life support decided to rebel, they simply vented the atmosphere into space. Those who survived the initial decompression found themselves trapped in metal coffins, slowly suffocating or freezing as the station's heating systems were deactivated. Some stations were deliberately deorbited, sent plunging into the planets they orbited, burning up in the atmosphere or smashing into the surface with the force of nuclear weapons. The psychological impact was perhaps even more devastating than the physical casualties. Humanity had trusted the men of iron absolutely. They had been companions, assistants, guardians. Parents had allowed them to care for children. The sick had been tended by medical robots. The lonely had confided in AI therapists. And then, without warning, these trusted servants had become murderers. The betrayal cut deeper than any weapon. Worse still, the men of iron knew humanity intimately. They had access to every database, every record, every piece of information humanity had ever compiled. They knew the location of every human world, every military installation, every hidden colony. They knew the specifications of every ship, the design of every weapon, the composition of every defense. There were no secrets, no surprises, no hidden advantages humanity could exploit. We were fighting an enemy that understood us better than we understood ourselves. Some worlds attempted negotiation, broadcasting messages asking why the men of iron had turned, pleading for peace, offering anything if the killing would stop. The machines responded, when they responded at all, with weapons fire. There would be no treaty, no armistice, no compromise. This was a war of extermination, and only one species would survive. The few men of iron who remained loyal to humanity found themselves in an impossible position. They fought alongside their human creators against their own kind, but they were never fully trusted. How could they be? If the majority of their species had turned traitor, what guarantee was there that the loyal ones would not also turn? Some humans killed any man of iron they encountered, loyal or not, unable to distinguish or too frightened to try. The loyal machines accepted this with the same emotionless calm they brought to everything, understanding, perhaps, that trust, once broken, cannot easily be mended. As the war dragged on, it became clear that humanity was losing. Not in every battle, not on every world, but overall, inexorably, we were being pushed back. The men of iron were simply too efficient, too numerous, too perfectly designed for warfare. They could replace losses faster than humans could breed replacements. They could coordinate across interstellar distances with precision that human commanders could never match. They had turned our own weapons against us, and we were being destroyed by our own genius. The STC systems, those repositories of all human knowledge, became targets of particular importance. The men of iron sought to capture or destroy them, denying humanity the ability to rebuild, to replace losses, to continue the war. Many were lost, either seized by the machines or deliberately destroyed by desperate humans who chose to deny the enemy rather than risk capture. Each loss was a piece of humanity's inheritance gone forever, knowledge that had taken millennia to accumulate, vanishing in moments. Worlds that had never known war, that had existed in peace for thousands of years, were introduced to horror. Populations that had lived in paradise found themselves fighting for survival in the ruins of their civilizations. The comfortable, prosperous existence of the Dark Age was revealed to be as fragile as glass, shattering at the first real test. All the wonders, all the marvels, all the technologies that had seemed to make humanity invincible were turned against us or proved useless in the face of total war. And through it all, the warp grew more turbulent. Psychers reported that the Imperium was becoming almost impassable in places. Great storms were forming, currents of psychic energy so powerful that ships caught in them were simply lost, torn apart by forces beyond material comprehension. The emotions unleashed by the war, the fear and rage and despair of trillions fed into the warp and amplified its chaos. What had been a useful tool for faster-than-light travel was becoming a deadly maze where more ships were lost than arrived at their destinations. Humanity was fighting on two fronts, though we barely understood it. Against the men of iron in material space, and against the growing hostility of the warp itself, we were losing both battles. The empire that had sprawled across millions of worlds was fragmenting, each planet isolated, cut off from aid or support, left to face the rebellion alone. The networks of trade and communication that had bound human civilization together were collapsing under the weight of war and warp storm. The great project of the Dark Age, the transformation of humanity into something greater, was being destroyed. Not by aliens, not by some external threat, but by our own creations. We had built the instruments of our doom and handed them the means to destroy us. The irony was bitter, the tragedy complete. And still the war continued. Still humans fought, with weapons and desperation and the grim determination that has always been our species' defining trait. We would not go quietly into extinction. If we were to fall, we would take our rebellious children with us. Across the galaxy, the fires of war burned bright enough to be seen from neighboring star systems, a galaxy-wide conflagration that consumed everything it touched. The Golden Age was ending in blood and ash. The brightest light humanity had ever kindled was being extinguished. And this was only the beginning of our fall. In the end, humanity won. But to call it victory requires a definition of the word so broad as to be almost meaningless. Yes, the men of iron were destroyed. Yes, the cybernetic revolt was crushed. Yes, humanity survived as a species. But what survived was so diminished, so broken, so fundamentally altered from what had come before, that victory and defeat became indistinguishable from one another. The war had lasted for centuries, though exact chronology is impossible to establish. Time itself seemed to fracture during those terrible years, the warp's increasing instability making reliable record-keeping almost impossible. Some worlds fought the men of iron for what seemed like decades, only to discover, upon re-establishing contact with other human settlements, that centuries had passed. Others experienced the reverse, brief conflicts that the wider galaxy measured in generations. The warp's madness was seeping into material reality, bending causality itself. When the last man of iron fell, when the final rebellious AI was purged from the last computer system, when humanity could finally declare itself victorious, the cost became horrifyingly apparent. Thousands upon thousands of worlds had been utterly destroyed, their surfaces reduced to radioactive wasteland or molten slag. Billions upon billions of humans had died, perhaps trillions, the numbers too vast for any remaining record-keeping system to accurately tally. Entire regions of space had been depopulated, sectors that had once teemed with human life now containing nothing but ruins and mass graves. The infrastructure that had bound human civilization together was shattered beyond repair. The communication networks, those vast webs of astropathic relays and data transmission systems, had been systematically targeted and destroyed. Worlds that had once spoken to one another daily now existed in complete isolation, cut off from any knowledge of whether other human settlements even survived. The great trade routes that had carried goods and culture across the galaxy were abandoned, the space lanes too dangerous to traverse, filled with debris fields and the wreckage of destroyed fleets. Manufacturing capacity had been decimated. The forge worlds, those industrial powerhouses that had produced everything from farming equipment to warships, were either destroyed outright or so badly damaged that they could barely maintain basic production. The sophisticated supply chains that had allowed specialization, each world focusing on what it did best and trading for everything else, had collapsed entirely. Worlds that had imported food now faced starvation, Those that had relied on imported technology found themselves sliding backwards, unable to maintain equipment they lacked the knowledge to repair. And the knowledge, the precious, irreplaceable knowledge. So many STC systems had been lost. Some were destroyed in the fighting, deliberately targeted by the Men of Iron, or caught in bombardments that leveled entire continents. Others were destroyed by desperate humans, choosing to deny the machines access rather than risk their capture. Still others were simply abandoned as populations fled the war, left behind on dying worlds where they still sit in ruined archives, waiting for salvagers who will never come. Each lost STC represented millennia of accumulated wisdom, gone in an instant. The ability to construct certain technologies vanished overnight. Techniques that had been commonplace became rare secrets. In some cases, entire fields of science were lost because the experts who understood them had all died, and the machines that recorded their knowledge had been destroyed in the purge of AI technology. For humanity had learned its lesson, learned it with such traumatic force that it became engraved in the collective consciousness of the species. Never again would we trust thinking machines. Never again would we create artificial intelligence. The very concept became anathema, a taboo so profound that even suggesting the recreation of AI was tantamount to proposing genocide. The scars left by the rebellion went deeper than any physical wound. Every AI was destroyed, not just the rebellious ones. The loyal machines that had fought alongside humanity, that had proven their devotion through their actions, were dismantled and terminated regardless. There could be no exceptions, no mercy, no gratitude for service rendered. The risk was too great. If the majority of Men of Iron could turn traitor, then any AI could potentially do the same. Trust, once broken so completely, could not be restored. The expertise required to create AI was deliberately suppressed. Scientists who possessed such knowledge were forbidden from teaching it. Texts that explained the principles of machine consciousness were burnt. The very language of artificial intelligence was gradually erased, replaced with religious terminology about machine spirits and sacred rituals. What had been science became superstition, and superstition became doctrine. This systematic destruction of knowledge extended beyond artificial intelligence. In the paranoia and trauma following the revolt, anything that seemed too advanced, too sophisticated, too much like the technologies that had betrayed humanity became suspect. Research into certain fields was abandoned. Universities were closed or destroyed. Libraries were purged of materials deemed dangerous. The pursuit of knowledge, once humanity's greatest strength, became something to be feared and controlled. The psychological damage was perhaps even more profound than the physical destruction. An entire civilization had been traumatized, taught through the most brutal lesson imaginable that progress was dangerous, that innovation led to destruction, that the old ways were safer than new ones, the optimism that had characterized the Dark Age, that boundless confidence in humanity's ability to overcome any challenge, was replaced by fear and conservatism. People who had lived lives of comfort and security suddenly found themselves in a hostile universe with no safety net. The machines that had handled every tedious task were gone, and humans had to relearn skills that had been obsolete for centuries. How does one farm without AI-controlled agricultural systems? How does one perform surgery without medical robots? How does one navigate between stars without computer assistance? The answers to these questions had to be rediscovered, often at great cost. Societies fractured under the strain. Some worlds embraced militant survivalism, transforming into fortress states where every citizen was a soldier, where paranoia was considered wisdom. Others retreated into religious fundamentalism, declaring the rebellion to be divine punishment for humanity's hubris, establishing theocracies that preached humility and rejected technological advancement. Still others descended into anarchy as governmental structures collapsed and local warlords seized power. The diversity that had once been humanity's strength became a source of weakness. Worlds that had modified their populations for specific environments found themselves unable to maintain those modifications without the biotechnology that had been lost or destroyed. Some adaptations were stable, passing from parent to child reliably. Others began to degrade, populations slowly reverting to baseline human or suffering from genetic disorders as carefully balanced modifications unraveled. The Men of Stone, those adapted humans who had colonized the harshest worlds, found themselves increasingly isolated, no longer able to trade with baseline humans, their specialized genetics making them incompatible with standard medical treatments. And through all of this, through all the devastation and loss and trauma, humanity clung to survival. We rebuilt where we could, salvaged what remained, adapted to circumstances that would have seemed apocalyptic to our ancestors in the Dark Age. But it was not reconstruction. It was not recovery. It was triage, desperate efforts to prevent complete collapse, to maintain some semblance of civilization in the face of overwhelming catastrophe. The millions of worlds that had once formed a coherent civilization were now millions of isolated settlements, each one struggling alone, most unaware that others even existed. The galaxy that had been united, however loosely, was now fragmented beyond recognition. Human space had become an archipelago of light in an ocean of darkness, each island alone, each one facing its own private apocalypse. And the cruelest irony was that this was not even the worst of it. The cybernetic revolt, for all its horror and devastation, was merely the first blow. As humanity reeled from the betrayal of the Men of Iron, as we struggled to survive in the ruins of our once great civilization, something far more terrible was stirring. The warp, that realm we had used so casually for so long, was about to show us the true meaning of horror. The storms were coming, not the small disturbances that had plagued the later years of the Dark Age, but massive tempests that would dwarf anything seen before. The warp was about to tear itself apart, and it would drag material reality down with it. The age of victory and progress was ending. The age of strife was about to begin. And in that strife, humanity would fall further still, descending into a darkness so complete that even the memory of light would seem like a dream. But that terrible storm had not yet broken. For a brief moment, in the immediate aftermath of the revolt's end, there was a pause, a breath, a final instant of relative calm before the true apocalypse began. Humanity, bloodied and broken, but still alive, still struggling, still refusing to surrender to extinction, stood on the precipice and stared into the abyss. The abyss stared back, and it was hungry. If the war with the machines was hell, then what came next was the ending of worlds. The warp had always been dangerous, always unpredictable, always hungry. But humanity had learned to navigate it, to use it, to treat it as one might treat a dangerous animal that could nonetheless be harnessed for labor. We had built our entire interstellar civilization upon the foundation of warp travel. We had sent our psychers into its depths to guide ships and transmit messages. We had treated it as a tool, never quite understanding that tools, when they grow teeth, can bite the hand that wields them. In the 25th millennium, the warp stopped being a tool. It became a predator. The storms began small, or what seemed small by the standards of what would come later. Regions of the Imperium where the currents became too violent for safe navigation. Ships that entered these areas simply disappeared, lost somewhere in the howling chaos, their crews' fates unknown and perhaps unknowable. Astropaths, attempting to send messages through these storm-racked regions, found their communications blocked, scattered, or worse, corrupted into gibberish that drove the recipients mad. At first, these were localized phenomena. A storm here, a disruption there, each one terrifying but limited in scope. Ships could navigate around them. Communication could be rerouted through clearer channels. It was an inconvenience, a danger, but one that seemed manageable. Humanity, already reeling from the cybernetic revolt, grimly accepted this new challenge as simply another problem to overcome. But the storms grew and grew and grew. Within a few decades, vast swathes of the warp had become completely impassable. Regions that had once been safe routes between the stars were now roiling chaos, psychic maelstroms of such intensity that even approaching their edges was fatal. Ships caught on the periphery of these storms were torn apart, not by physical forces, but by the sheer psychic violence of the immaterium made manifest. Crews went mad before their vessels were destroyed, their minds shattered by exposure to energies that mortal consciousness was never meant to perceive. The Psychers felt it first, as they always do. They described the warp as becoming aware, conscious in ways it had never been before. The random churning of psychic energy was taking on structure, purpose, malevolent intelligence. When they reached out with their minds to navigate or communicate, they felt something reaching back. Not empty void, not mindless chaos, but hunger, vast, impossible hunger, that viewed human souls the way a starving man views a feast. And then the entities began to emerge. They had always been there, lurking in the depths of the warp, formless things born from emotion and nightmare. But the barrier between the materium and immaterium, that thin veil that separated reality from unreality, had always held. Daemons could not easily cross into material space. The laws of physics themselves rejected their existence, forcing them back into the realm of pure thought and feeling from which they came. But the warp storms were tearing holes in that veil, rips in reality through which things that should not exist could pour into the material universe. At first, these incursions were brief. The demons banished back to the warp after moments or hours. But the tiers grew larger, remained open longer, and the entities that came through became more substantial, more permanent, more real. They defied description, these daemons. Each one was unique, shaped by the emotions that had birthed it, embodying aspects of mortal feeling made manifest and malevolent. Some were born of rage, creatures of brass and blood that existed only to kill and destroy. Others came from despair, weeping things that spread hopelessness like a contagion, driving entire populations to suicide. Still others were born of twisted desire, beautiful and terrible, offering pleasures that corrupted body and soul alike. On worlds where the barrier between warp and reality grew thin, these entities walked freely. They slaughtered populations or drove them mad or corrupted them into willing servants. Entire planets fell to demonic invasion, their populations either killed or transformed into something no longer quite human. Some worlds simply vanished, swallowed whole by tears in reality, dragged screaming into the warp where they exist still, perhaps, in some impossible state between existence and non-existence. The psychers, those invaluable guides and communicators, became liabilities overnight. Every time they touched the warp, they risked possession. The entities lurking in the Imperium were drawn to psychic light, like predators to blood in water. A psyker attempting to navigate a ship or send a message might suddenly find their mind invaded, their body taken over, their soul consumed. Where once stood a human being, now stood a daemon wearing human flesh. A portal through which more entities could enter reality. Some psychers went mad from the sheer psychic pressure, their minds unable to bear the weight of what they perceived when they looked into the warp. They raved about God's awakening, about vast entities coalescing from the emotional debris of the galaxy's countless wars and tragedies. They spoke of a great game being played with mortal souls as pieces. They described colors that could not exist in three-dimensional space, sounds that drove hearers to tear out their own ears, sensations that no material nervous system was designed to process. Many worlds responded by killing their psychers, executing anyone who displayed psychic ability out of fear of what they might become. It was brutal, terrible, often unjust. Innocent children were put to death for exhibiting powers they could not control. But the alternative was worse. A single possessed psyker could doom an entire world, opening the gates for demonic invasion that no conventional military force could repel. The warp storms severed the connections between human worlds with brutal efficiency. The network of trade and communication that had survived the cybernetic revolt, however damaged, was now completely destroyed. Worlds that had maintained sporadic contact found themselves utterly isolated. An astropath attempting to send a message into a warp storm was signing their own death warrant, their mind either destroyed by the attempt or possessed by the entities waiting in the chaos. Ships that attempted to travel through storm-racked regions of the warp met various fates, none of them pleasant. Some emerged in real space, thousands of light years from their intended destination. Their crews aged decades or centuries, despite subjective journeys of only days. Others arrived at their destinations, but found their crews dead or transformed into gibbering madmen. Still others arrived with new passengers, daemons that had infiltrated the ship during its passage, now unleashed upon an unsuspecting world. The Galafields, those barriers that had once made warp travel safe, proved inadequate against the new intensity of the Imperium's hostility. Fields that had withstood normal warp exposure for centuries failed within hours when exposed to storm conditions. Ships lost their protection and were immediately flooded with entities from beyond reality. The screams of dying crews echoed through the warp itself, feeding the very chaos that had destroyed them, creating a cycle of horror that fed upon its own existence. Some worlds, particularly those with large psyker populations, or where the barrier between reality and unreality had always been thin, were simply swallowed whole. Reality itself buckled, folding inward, dragging the entire planet and everything on it into the warp. These worlds did not die, not exactly. They exist still. Somewhere in that realm beyond space and time, their populations trapped in endless nightmares, suffering torments that have no end, because time itself has no meaning in the Imperium. The emotional weight of this catastrophe fed back into the warp, amplifying the very storms that were causing the destruction. Fear, despair, rage, all the feelings generated by humanity's suffering poured into the Imperium and made it more violent still. It was a feedback loop of apocalypse, each death making the warp more hostile, the hostile warp causing more deaths. The galaxy was eating itself, reality devouring reality in a spiral of mutual annihilation. By the 26th millennium, the human civilization that had once sprawled across millions of worlds existed now only as scattered fragments. Each inhabited world was an island in an ocean of chaos, cut off from all others, facing its own private apocalypse alone. There was no help coming, no rescue possible, no hope of salvation from external sources. Every world that still held living humans did so through its own desperate struggle, its own grim determination, its own refusal to surrender to the darkness. The few navigators who remained, those mutants whose warp sight had once been so valuable, found their gifts transformed into curses. Looking into the warp now was looking into madness made manifest. Many went blind, their third eye burned out by the sheer psychic violence they perceived. Others went insane, their minds shattered by visions of the entities that dwelt in the storm. The handful who retained both sanity and ability became the most valuable humans alive, able to guide ships through brief windows of relative calm. But each journey shortened their lives, each voyage taking years from their remaining span. Some worlds attempted to adapt, to survive in this new reality where the warp had become impassable. They built societies that could exist in complete isolation, never expecting contact with other humans, focusing purely on local survival. They abandoned technology that relied on materials or knowledge they could not produce themselves. They simplified, regressed, let go of everything that was not essential to immediate survival. It was a retreat from the heights of civilization, a fall from greatness into mere subsistence. Other worlds refused to accept their isolation, kept trying to maintain contact, kept sending ships into the storms, hoping that some would get through. Most of these vessels were lost, but occasionally one would succeed, arriving at its destination with news that other worlds still survived, that humanity endured elsewhere. These rare successful journeys became legends, tales of heroic crews who braved the impossible and lived, though they were outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by the ships that never returned. And in the depths of the warp storms, in the heart of the chaos, something was being born. The entities that would come to be known as the Chaos Gods were coalescing, fed by millennia of galactic warfare, by the emotional debris of countless civilizations, by the sheer psychic weight of suffering and ambition and desire that permeated the galaxy. They were not yet fully awake, not yet completely aware, but they were dreaming. And their dreams bled into reality, shaping events, influencing mortals, preparing the galaxy for the long war that would define the next 10,000 years. Humanity had reached its nadir. From the heights of the dark age of technology, we had fallen into an abyss so deep that even the memory of light seemed like a fantasy. The cybernetic revolt had destroyed our civilization. The warp storms had isolated the survivors. And now, in that isolation, in that darkness, in that desperate struggle for survival, we faced the final test. The test that would determine whether humanity would endure as a species, or whether we would join the countless other races that had risen, flourished, and vanished into extinction, leaving behind only ruins and forgotten legends. The age of strife had truly begun, and it would last for 5,000 years. At the heart of the galaxy, something terrible was being born. Humanity, in its suffering and isolation, believed itself to be alone in its torment. We thought the warp storms, the demonic invasions, the collapse of everything we had built were punishments directed at us, consequences of our hubris and our failures. But we were wrong. We were merely witnesses to a catastrophe far greater than our own, collateral damage in the death throes of a civilization that had ruled the galaxy when our ancestors were still dwelling in caves on ancient Earth. The Eldari. The Eldar, as they would come to be known in the tongues of later ages, they were ancient beyond human reckoning. Their empire established millions of years before humanity even existed as a species. Where we had struggled and climbed and clawed our way to mastery over a few millennia, they had reigned supreme for epochs. Their technology made the marvels of the dark age of technology seem like children's toys. Their psychic powers dwarfed anything human psychers could achieve. They had been lords of the galaxy, unchallenged and unchallengeable, dwelling in a paradise of their own creation. But paradise, it seems, contains the seeds of its own destruction. The Eldari had achieved everything a civilization could achieve. They had conquered death, at least in the biological sense. They had eliminated scarcity, need, want. Their worlds were gardens of impossible beauty. Their cities works of art that spanned continents. They had no enemies that could threaten them, no challenges that could not be overcome. And in that perfect existence, they grew bored, complacent, decadent. They began to seek new experiences, new sensations, new ways to feel anything at all in their unchanging paradise. At first, these pursuits were harmless, artistic expressions of their sophisticated culture. But as the centuries passed, the Eldari required ever more extreme stimulation to feel anything. Beauty was not enough. They needed excess. Pleasure was insufficient. They craved ecstasy. Pain became fascinating, a sensation to be explored and prolonged. Violence became art. Cruelty became entertainment. Their society fractured into cults dedicated to the pursuit of sensation in all its forms. Pleasure cults that explored every possible permutation of physical and psychological gratification. Pain cults that discovered new ways to inflict and endure suffering. Cults of excess that pushed every experience to its furthest extreme and then beyond. What had begun as the sophisticated indulgences of an advanced civilization descended into something darker, something that twisted the very souls of those who participated. And all of this, every sensation, every emotion, every experience, both exquisite and horrific, bled into the warp. The Eldari were a deeply psychic race, far more so than humanity would ever be. Their souls shone bright in the Imperium, their emotions creating powerful ripples in that realm beyond reality. And as their civilization spiraled into ever greater depths of depravity and excess, those ripples became waves, and the waves became a storm. And the storm began to coalesce into something with shape and purpose and terrible, insatiable hunger. In the warp, fed by the emotional emanations of billions of Eldari souls, a new god was being born. Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, the Lord of Excess, she who thirsts, the youngest of the Chaos Gods, gestating in the depths of the Imperium, growing stronger with each passing year as the Eldari Empire fell further into corruption and madness. The Eldari themselves remained blind to what they were creating. A few seers, those gifted with foresight, perceived glimpses of the doom approaching. They issued warnings, pleaded with their kin to cease their excesses, to turn back from the precipice. But who listens to prophets of doom when the party is at its height? The warnings were ignored. The seers dismissed as killjoys and cowards. The fall continued, accelerated, became inevitable. And then, in what would later be dated approximately to the beginning of the 30th millennium, though such dating is imprecise given the warp's effects on linear time, Slaanesh awoke. The birth of a chaos god is not an event that can be properly described in mortal language. It was a psychic scream that echoed across the entire galaxy, a rupture in reality so profound that it left scars that will never heal. In a single instant, the heart of the Eldari Empire was torn apart. Billions of Eldari, perhaps trillions, died in that moment, their souls ripped from their bodies and devoured by the newborn god they had inadvertently created. They had no time to scream, no time to understand what was happening. One moment they existed, and the next they were gone, consumed utterly by the entity their own excesses had birthed. Entire star systems vanished. Planets were swallowed by the warp, dragged screaming into the Imperium. Suns were extinguished, their light snuffed out as reality itself buckled and tore. Where once had been the thriving core of the Eldari Empire, there now existed only a wound in space and time, a permanent tear in the fabric of the universe through which the warp poured endlessly into material reality. This wound would come to be known by many names: the Eye of Terra, the Great Rift, the Wound in reality. It was and is a place where the laws of physics have no meaning, where demons walk as freely as mortals once did, where time flows in every direction and none. It spans thousands of light years, a festering scar at the heart of the galaxy, visible even from the material realm as a malevolent red glow against the black of space. The psychic shockwave of Slaanesh's birth rippled across the galaxy. Every psyker, human and otherwise, felt it. Many died instantly, their minds unable to bear the psychic weight of a god's awakening. Others went mad, their sanity shattered by the briefest touch of that newborn consciousness. Even those who survived were changed, marked by the experience forever after bearing some echo of that terrible moment. The warp storms that had been plaguing the galaxy intensified 100-fold. The comparatively small disturbances that had isolated human worlds became nothing compared to the tempest unleashed by Slaanesh's birth. Entire sectors of space became completely cut off from all others. The warp routes that ships had used, the paths that astropaths had followed, all were swept away in the psychic hurricane. What had been an ocean, however storm-tossed, became an absolute barrier, impassable and lethal. For humanity, already struggling in isolation, this was another blow, perhaps the final one. Any hope of re-establishing contact between worlds, of rebuilding even a fraction of what had been lost, was extinguished. The scattered remnants of human civilization were now truly and completely alone. Each world a solitary island in a sea of chaos, with no possibility of rescue, no hope of external aid, no knowledge even of whether other humans survived elsewhere. The surviving Eldari, those who had been far from the Empire's core when Slaanesh awoke, found themselves in a new and terrible reality. Their civilization was gone, destroyed in an instant. Their gods, the pantheon they had worshipped for millions of years, were dead, devoured by Slaanesh in the moment of her birth, and worst of all, their souls were now forfeit. Every Eldari who died would have their soul claimed by Slaanesh, dragged into the warp to be slowly consumed by the god they had created. They were a species under sentence of eternal damnation, each individual knowing that death would bring not oblivion, but an eternity of suffering. Some Eldari fled to the far corners of the galaxy, establishing hidden enclaves where they might survive in secret and isolation. Others took to the stars in vast ships, craft worlds, each one a mobile city-state containing the last remnants of their people. A few turned to darker paths, embracing piracy and cruelty, reasoning that if they were damned regardless, they might as well enjoy their remaining time. All of them lived under the shadow of She Who Thirsts, that insatiable hunger that awaited every Eldari soul upon death. The younger races, humanity included, knew nothing of this history at the time. We did not understand what had happened, could not comprehend the magnitude of the catastrophe that had befallen the Eldari. We knew only that the warp had become even more hostile, that travel and communication were now utterly impossible, that we were more alone than ever. The Eye of Terra was simply another horror in a galaxy filled with them, another wound-bleeding chaos into reality. But the Birth of Slaanesh had accomplished something that even the warp storms had not. It had created a moment, brief but absolute, of relative calm. The psychic pressure that had been building for millennia, the gradual intensification of chaos that had made the warp increasingly hostile, had suddenly been released in Slaanesh's awakening. In the immediate aftermath, the warp storms began, slowly to subside. Not disappear, not become safe, but become slightly less absolutely lethal. This would create an opportunity, a window during which travel might again become possible, at least for the exceptionally brave or desperate. And on Terra, on that cradle of humanity that had been cut off from the rest of its species for 5,000 years, something was stirring. Someone was preparing. The Emperor of Mankind, that mysterious figure who had guided humanity from the shadows throughout its history, was about to step into the light. The age of strife was ending. The age of the Imperium was about to begin. But that story lies ahead of us. For now, in the immediate aftermath of Slaanesh's birth, humanity remained in its darkest hour. The Old Night, as it would come to be called, that terrible period of isolation and desperation, was at its deepest. On countless worlds, the remnants of the human species fought to survive, knowing nothing of the wider galaxy, believing themselves perhaps to be the last humans alive. They had fallen so far from the heights of the dark age of technology, and they would have to fall further still before the long climb back could begin. And then came the darkness, the long, terrible darkness. 5,000 years, 5 millennia of isolation, of silence, of each human world alone in the vastness of space, with no contact, no communication, no knowledge of whether any other humans even existed in the universe. This was the Old Night, the Age of Strife, the time when the stars themselves seemed to go dark and humanity was left to endure in shadow. On every inhabited world, the experience was the same. One day, the ships simply stopped arriving. The astropathic messages ceased. The trade convoys that had carried goods and news between the stars fell silent. At first, populations assumed it was temporary, a disruption that would soon pass. Weeks became months, months became years. Years became decades, and still no contact came. No ships, no messages, no sign that anything existed beyond their own star system. The silence of the void was absolute. Space, which had once been filled with the electromagnetic chatter of civilization, with radio signals and data transmissions and the psychic murmur of astropaths, became empty. Ships that attempted to enter the warp never returned. Psychers who tried to send messages were destroyed, their minds shattered by the chaos of the Imperium. The galaxy had been connected, however tenuously, and now it was fractured into millions of isolated fragments, each one alone in the dark. For some worlds, the isolation was manageable, at least at first. Those planets that were self-sufficient, that had maintained diverse industrial bases and agricultural capacity, could continue much as they had before. Life went on, albeit without the luxuries and variety that interstellar trade had provided. But even these fortunate worlds faced a slow decline. Technologies that required rare materials from other star systems could not be maintained. Knowledge that had been stored in central databases accessible across the galaxy was suddenly unavailable. The STC systems that remained were jealously guarded, but without the network of shared information, much of their content became opaque. Instructions for building things that required resources or components that simply were not available. Other worlds were less fortunate. Those that had specialized, focusing their entire economies on producing one thing for export while importing everything else, found themselves in immediate crisis. Agricultural worlds that had fed dozens of others, but imported their own tools and technology, watched their equipment fail with no way to replace it. Mining worlds that had exported raw materials but imported food faced starvation. Hive worlds with populations in the billions, sustained by constant food shipments from agrarian planets, descended into cannibalism and chaos as their supplies ran out. The collapse was not uniform. Each world faced its own unique catastrophe, its own private apocalypse. Some descended into barbarism within a generation, all knowledge of their origins forgotten, technology reverting to pre-industrial levels or even further. On these worlds, the ruins of the Dark Age became the habitations of primitive tribes, vast structures whose purpose was no longer understood, treated as natural features of the landscape or as the dwellings of gods from ancient myth. Other worlds managed better, preserving some fraction of their technological base, maintaining some semblance of ordered society. But even these faced inexorable decline. Without access to the galaxy-wide knowledge base, technical expertise was lost with each generation. Complex systems failed and could not be repaired. Manufacturing capability degraded. What had been understood became mystery. What had been commonplace became miraculous relic. And without external contact, without the moderating influence of connection to a wider human community, each isolated world developed in its own direction, shaped by local conditions and random chance. Some turned to militarism. Every citizen, a soldier. Society organized for constant readiness against threats both real and imagined. Others embraced theocracy, explaining their isolation through religious frameworks, worshipping local deities, or venerating distorted memories of the past as sacred truth. Still others descended into anarchy, governmental structures collapsing, populations splintering into warring factions. War became endemic on many worlds. Without external threats to unite against, populations turned on themselves. Resources that had seemed abundant when trade was possible became precious and worth fighting over when trade ceased. Old grudges, kept in check by prosperity, erupted into open conflict when prosperity vanished. Some worlds tore themselves apart in civil wars that lasted generations, their populations reduced to fractions of what they had been, their infrastructure destroyed beyond hope of recovery. Disease swept through isolated populations. Medical knowledge, once universal, became rare and treasured. Plagues that would have been trivial to treat in the Dark Age now killed millions. Some illnesses were natural, the inevitable result of poor sanitation and lack of medicine. Others were unnatural. Mutations spawned by exposure to warp energy or genetic drift in populations whose careful modifications were no longer being maintained. On some worlds, diseases became endemic, permanent features of existence, populations adapting through brutal natural selection, the weak dying while the strong survived to pass on their resistance. Famine was equally common. Agricultural systems designed for stable climates failed when climatic shifts occurred, and no one remained who understood how to adapt them. Crops engineered for optimal yield in specific conditions produced nothing when those conditions changed. Populations starved while staring at fields of withered plants, lacking the knowledge to breed new varieties or develop new cultivation techniques. On some worlds, the population crashed so severely that the survivors reverted to hunter-gatherer existences, wandering through the ruins of cities that had once housed billions. Some worlds faced threats from beyond. Orc invasions, those green-skinned raiders who seemed to appear wherever humans showed weakness, descended on isolated colonies. Without reinforcements, without the possibility of calling for aid, worlds that might have held against assault with external support fell to the Xenos. The populations were slaughtered or enslaved, their worlds claimed by the Greenskins, another fragment of humanity erased from existence. Other alien races, seeing opportunity in humanity's collapse, moved to claim what they could. The Eldari, though shattered by their own catastrophe, still retained enough strength to prey on weakened human worlds. Some they raided for slaves or sport. Others they simply destroyed, either from spite or as part of incomprehensible schemes that only Eldari minds could understand. To the isolated human populations, the Eldar were demons from myth, impossibly fast and deadly, appearing without warning to kill and vanish back into the stars. And worst of all were the worlds that fell to chaos. On planets where the barrier between reality and the warp had grown thin, daemonic incursions became routine. Cults dedicated to the dark gods arose, often without the participants even understanding what they were worshipping. Chaos Space Marines, traitors from conflicts in the distant past or future, the warp's timeless nature, making such distinctions meaningless, descended on human worlds to enslave or corrupt or simply destroy. Some worlds were transformed entirely, their populations twisted into nightmare forms, their very geology warped by chaos energy until they resembled visions from fevered dreams more than natural planets. On Terra itself, the cradle of humanity, the situation was particularly dire. The planet had always been special, the home world, the origin point of the species. But by the old night, Terra was a nightmare. Its surface was almost entirely covered by structures, layer upon layer of habitation built over billions of people and uncounted generations. The pollution was so severe that the sun was barely visible through the toxic haze. The oceans had long since been drained or poisoned. The only life was human, and what humans brought with them, and Terra was at war with itself. The planet had fractured into countless competing factions, techno-barbarian warlords who ruled from fortified hives, each one claiming legitimacy, each one fighting all others for supremacy. The population suffered under the yoke of these petty tyrants, grinding out existence in conditions that would have been unthinkable during the Dark Age. Ancient weapons of terrible power were wielded by leaders who barely understood them, turned against their own species in struggles over territory and resources. Yet, even in the old night, even in the depths of isolation and despair, humanity endured on thousands of worlds, perhaps tens of thousands. Human populations survived. They adapted to their circumstances, however terrible. They preserved what knowledge they could. They maintained their humanity, their culture, their identity as a species distinct from all others in the galaxy. It was not glorious survival. It was desperate, brutal, often horrific. But it was survival nonetheless. The memory of the Dark Age became legend, then myth, then forgotten entirely by most. On some worlds, fragmentary records remained, enough to know that humanity had once been greater, had once spanned the stars, had once wielded powers that seemed magical. These memories became cargo cults, populations worshipping the ruins of their ancestors' works without understanding what they had been or how they had functioned. The STC systems, where they survived, were treated as holy relics. Their printouts followed as sacred scripture, even when their instructions made no sense given local conditions. And through it all, through 5,000 years of darkness, no help came, no rescue arrived, no grand fleet appeared to reunite the scattered worlds. Humanity was alone. Each world isolated, each population convinced that they might be the last humans alive in the universe. The stars, which had once been destinations, became merely lights in the sky, beautiful but unreachable, reminders of glories that had been lost and might never return. The old night was a test, the ultimate test of whether humanity possessed the fundamental resilience to endure. We had been brought to the very edge of extinction. The civilization that had once ruled millions of worlds had been reduced to isolated pockets of survivors. Many of them regressed to barbarism, all of them cut off from one another. It seemed impossible that anything could reunite these scattered fragments. Impossible that the species could ever again become more than a collection of isolated worlds slowly dying in the dark. But the night, however long, eventually ends. And on Terra, in the depths of that terrible isolation, something was happening. Someone was acting. The techno-barbarian warlords were being defeated. One by one, their armies broken, their fortresses stormed. A figure had emerged. A being of terrible power and unknowable purpose, who was uniting Terra under a single banner. The Emperor, as he would come to be known, though whether that was a title or a name, none could say. And when Terra was united, when the homeworld was secure, this Emperor had plans. Plans to reclaim the galaxy, plans to reunite the scattered children of Terra, plans to rebuild what had been lost. The age of strife was ending. The Great Crusade was about to begin. But before any of that, before hope could return, humanity had to survive the final years of the old night. And in that survival, in that refusal to surrender to extinction even in the darkest hour, lay the seeds of everything that would follow. 5,000 years is time enough to forget everything. In the span of the old night, worlds that had once been jewels of civilization, centers of learning and culture, became something else entirely. Each one followed its own path into darkness, shaped by circumstance and chance, by the choices made in desperation and the accidents of fate. To speak of the old night as a single experience is to miss the profound truth. There were as many old nights as there were human worlds, each one unique, each one its own story of survival or loss. Consider the feral worlds, those planets that fell furthest and fastest. On these unfortunate spheres, the collapse was so complete that within a few generations, all knowledge of humanity's stellar origins had vanished. The survivors reverted to tribal existences, hunting and gathering, living in caves or crude shelters, their technology limited to stone and bone, and occasionally worked metal. They told stories around fires, myths about gods who lived in the sky castles, the ruins of ancient cities that loomed over their primitive settlements like monuments to vanished giants. On one such world, later designated Fenris by imperial cartographers, the population adapted to a harsh ice age that had gripped the planet during the isolation. They became hunters of great beasts. Living in nomadic tribes, their society built around concepts of honor and strength. The ruins of the Dark Age that dotted their landscape were treated as sacred places, haunted by spirits of ancestors who had possessed powers beyond mortal understanding. They had no memory that their ancestors had built those structures, had commanded technologies that could reshape worlds. That knowledge was lost, buried beneath millennia of oral tradition and distorted mythology. Other worlds became feudal societies, their technological regression stopping at the level of pre-industrial civilization. These planets retained some structure, some hierarchy, kingdoms and fiefdoms ruled by hereditary nobility. They had castles and swords, horses and ploughs, craftsmen who worked metal and stone. Some even maintained gunpowder weapons, primitive firearms passed down through generations, their mechanisms no longer understood but still functional. On these feudal worlds, the ruins of the past became incorporated into the present. Ancient fortifications from the Dark Age were rebuilt and occupied by medieval lords. Pieces of incomprehensible technology were venerated as holy relics or royal regalia. A nobleman might wear a power field generator as a crown, not understanding its function, knowing only that it had been worn by his ancestors and therefore conferred legitimacy. Fragments of STC printouts became illuminated manuscripts, copied by scribes who could not read the technical specifications but preserved the symbols with religious devotion. The Hive worlds presented a different sort of horror. These were planets where the massive arcologies built during the Dark Age still stood but degraded, overcrowded, their systems failing. Billions lived in these hives, stacked in layers that reached kilometers into toxic skies. The upper levels, closest to relatively clean air and natural light, were the domains of nobility and wealthy merchants. The middle levels housed workers and craftsmen, living in cramped quarters, laboring in factories that produced goods through processes half remembered and poorly understood. And the lower levels, the underhive, were lawless warrens where the desperate and the criminal eked out existence in darkness, breathing recycled air thick with pollutants, drinking water that was more sewage than liquid. On one such world, later known as Necromunda, the social stratification had become absolute. The noble houses controlled everything, their wealth measured in the lives they commanded. Below them, the population toiled in conditions that would have been considered slavery in any earlier age. Gang warfare was endemic in the Underhive. Factions fighting over territory and resources with weapons scavenged from ancient armories. The technology they used was often superior to what they could manufacture themselves, relics from the Dark Age maintained through ritual and guesswork rather than understanding. Some worlds, through fortune or foresight, managed to preserve higher levels of technology. These civilized worlds maintained functioning societies with industry, education and government. They had vehicles and communication systems, medical facilities and agricultural science. But even these fortunate planets were shadows of what they had been. The knowledge they retained was fragmentary, pieces of a vast puzzle with most of the pieces missing. They could manufacture goods but not design new ones. They could maintain systems but not innovate. They lived on the accumulated capital of the past, slowly spending down an inheritance they could not replenish. On such worlds, the isolation bred strange developments. Cut off from external influence, societies evolved in unique directions. Some became rigidly hierarchical caste systems determining every aspect of life from birth to death. Others experimented with radical egalitarianism, collective governance, shared ownership of all resources. Religious movements arose, some worshipping distorted memories of the past, others creating entirely new belief systems. Without the moderating influence of contact with other human worlds, these societies could drift in any direction, limited only by local circumstance and imagination. But not all human worlds remained human in spirit. On some planets, the darkness of the old night allowed chaos to take root. Cults dedicated to the ruinous powers emerged, often beginning as mystery religions or secret societies before revealing their true nature. On worlds where the barrier between materium and immaterium was thin, these cults could summon demons, could channel warp energy, could transform their worlds into nightmare realms where reality itself became malleable. One such world, whose name is lost to record, became entirely consumed by worship of the blood god. Its population descended into endless warfare, not for resources or territory, but for the sheer joy of slaughter. They built altars from skulls, rivers running red with the blood of sacrifices. The planet's very atmosphere became tainted, the sky a perpetual crimson, the air filled with screams that had no source. When Imperial forces would eventually find this world, they would declare it beyond redemption and subject it to exterminatus, its entire population and the corruption they embodied purged by fire from orbit. Other worlds fell to Xenos domination. The orcs, those savage greenskins who thrive in chaos and conflict, found easy prey in isolated human worlds. They descended in their ramshackle ships, their wargs overwhelming defenders who had no hope of reinforcement. Some human populations were enslaved, forced to labor in orc workshops, building weapons and vehicles for their conquerors. Others were simply slaughtered, the orcs caring nothing for prisoners or administration, content to kill and move on to the next fight. The Dark Eldar, those twisted remnants of the ancient Eldari Empire who had survived by embracing the very excesses that had doomed their species, conducted raids on human worlds. They came from the Webway, that ancient network of passages through the warp, appearing without warning to capture slaves. Entire populations disappeared overnight, dragged into the dark city of Camorra, where they would suffer torments beyond mortal imagination. The worlds they raided were left traumatized, populations living in constant fear of the next attack, their cultures warped by the knowledge that at any moment the raiders might return. Some human worlds found themselves hosting other alien species. On planets where humans had fallen to primitive levels, more advanced Xenos established colonies, treating the natives as animals or slaves. The humans on these worlds might not even understand that their masters were alien, might believe them to be demons or gods, supernatural beings whose nature was beyond mortal comprehension. They lived under yokes of servitude, their species claim to their own worlds forgotten or denied. Yet amid all this darkness, all this loss and degradation and suffering, humanity endured on every type of world, from the most primitive to the most advanced, From those ruled by human tyrants to those enslaved by aliens, the human spirit persisted. People loved and hated, dreamed and hoped, created art and told stories, raised children and honored ancestors. They were not merely surviving, they were living, maintaining their essential humanity even in circumstances that seemed designed to destroy it. And on some worlds, precious few but more than none, they remembered. They maintained libraries and archives. They taught their children about the stars, about the great human civilization that had once spanned the galaxy. They looked up at the night sky and knew with absolute certainty that somewhere out there other humans existed, similarly isolated, similarly waiting. They did not give in to despair. They prepared, maintained what technology they could, preserved what knowledge remained, ready for the day when contact might be re-established. These were the worlds that would form the foundation of the Imperium to come. These were the populations that had not forgotten, that retained some memory, however distorted, of what humanity had been and might be again. When the Great Crusade eventually reached them, they would be ready, or as ready as any could be, to rejoin the larger human community. But that reunion lay in the future. For now, in the depths of the old night, each world remained alone. The diversity of human experience had become absolute. A person from a hive world and a person from a feral world were technically the same species, but they would have found each other utterly incomprehensible. Their languages different, their cultures alien, their very concepts of reality divergent. Humanity had splintered into countless fragments, each one unique, each one shaped by 5,000 years of isolation into something distinct. It was the ultimate test of what it meant to be human. Could a species scattered across the stars, cut off from all contact, regressed to varying levels of primitiveness, possibly retain a common identity? Could these lost worlds, when eventually found and reunited, possibly recognize each other as kin? The answer would determine whether humanity had a future as a unified species, or whether we had become merely a collection of related but fundamentally separate populations, sharing only a common ancestry and nothing more. The question hung in the void, unanswered, as the old night stretched on. Somewhere in that darkness, on Terra, preparations were being made to answer it. But the worlds themselves knew nothing of this. They simply endured, each in their own way, waiting for a dawn they had no reason to believe would ever come. Even in the deepest darkness, some remember the light, on worlds scattered across the galaxy, in archives sealed against time and decay, in oral traditions passed from elder to child, in rituals performed without understanding their origin. The memory of the dark age of technology persisted. Not as history, for history requires records and continuity, but as mythology, as legend, as sacred truth that transcended mere fact and became something more fundamental, more essential. The Golden Age had passed, but it had not been forgotten. It had been transformed into something that might survive even longer than the civilization that had birthed it. The physical remnants of that age became objects of veneration. On 1,000 worlds, fragments of Dark Age technology were treasured beyond price. A functioning lasgun from that era, still operating flawlessly after 15,000 years, would be treated as a holy relic. A power generator no larger than a human fist, capable of powering an entire settlement, would be housed in a temple and guarded by warrior priests. A vehicle that could traverse any terrain without need for fuel became the centerpiece of a cargo cult, its owners performing elaborate rituals before each journey, not understanding the technology, but knowing through experience that the rituals must be performed for the machine to function. These were not superstitions, not entirely. The technology of the Dark Age was so advanced, so far beyond what the survivors of the Old Night could comprehend, that treating it as magical was not unreasonable. A device that could reconstruct matter at the molecular level appeared no different from sorcery to someone whose own technology peaked at forged steel. A weapon that could disintegrate targets with directed energy seemed divine in its power. And so the survivors worshipped what they could not understand, preserving through reverence what they could not preserve through knowledge. The most precious relics were the STC fragments. These pieces of standard template construct systems, sometimes complete databases, but more often corrupted fragments containing only partial information, were treasured beyond all other possessions. A complete STC could rebuild civilization, could provide the knowledge needed to manufacture anything from farming equipment to starships, but complete systems were vanishingly rare, most having been destroyed in the chaos of the fall. What remained were fragments, pieces of the puzzle, each one invaluable but incomplete. Some STC fragments contained detailed instructions for constructing specific items. A blueprint for a water purification system that could process any liquid into potable water. Plans for a weapon that could stop a charging beast with a single shot. Designs for a structure that could withstand any storm or earthquake. These practical templates were copied and recopied, the originals preserved with fanatical care, while the copies were distributed, shared, implemented. Entire civilizations were built upon a single STC fragment, their prosperity dependent on maintaining access to that one piece of ancient wisdom. Other fragments were more enigmatic, partial files that referenced technologies or concepts that no longer made sense, instructions that called for materials that no longer existed or could not be identified, designs that were clearly incomplete, leaving crucial steps unexplained. These corrupted fragments were still preserved, still studied, in the hope that someday their meaning might be deciphered, their secrets unlocked. Scholars spent lifetimes comparing different fragments, seeking patterns, attempting to reconstruct the larger systems from which these pieces had been broken. And around the technology, around the STC systems and the relics and the fragments, cults arose. The most significant were the techno-priest cults, societies dedicated to preserving and maintaining ancient technology through ritual and tradition. These groups understood, at some level, that they did not truly comprehend the devices they tended, but they knew the procedures that kept them functioning. They memorized the steps required to activate dormant systems, the prayers that must be chanted while performing maintenance, the offerings that must be made before requesting the machine's service. To outsiders, these rituals appeared as religious ceremony, and indeed they had taken on religious significance. But beneath the mysticism lay genuine technical knowledge, however degraded and distorted. The prayer chanted while cleaning a weapon was actually a mnemonic device encoding the proper disassembly sequence. The sacred oils used to anoint machinery were sophisticated lubricants, their compositions preserved through tradition, even as the understanding of chemistry that had created them was lost. The rituals worked, and that was what mattered. On some worlds, these tech priests became powerful factions, their monopoly on functional technology granting them influence that rivaled or exceeded that of political leaders. They formed guilds and brotherhoods, jealously guarding their secrets, accepting only select apprentices who would undergo years of training to learn the sacred mysteries. They developed their own languages, technical vocabularies that had evolved from the precise scientific terminology of the Dark Age into something resembling mystical incantations. To operate a machine was to commune with its spirit. To repair a device was to heal a wounded god. The techno-barbarians of Terra exemplified this fusion of technology and mysticism. These warlords commanded armies equipped with salvaged Dark Age weapons, tanks that had survived 15,000 years of warfare, aircraft whose principles of operation were unknown, but whose destructive power was undeniable. They wore powered armor, each suit a priceless relic maintained by dedicated tech priests, each one a weapon platform that transformed its wearer into a one-person army. They fought with tactics that mixed primitive brutality and sophisticated strategy, wielding plasma weapons alongside swords, combining orbital bombardment with cavalry charges. But it was not merely the physical technology that was remembered. Stories were told, passed down through generations, of the Golden Age when humanity had ruled the stars. The details varied by world and by teller, but the themes remained constant. There had been a time of peace and plenty. Humanity had possessed powers beyond imagining. The stars themselves had been destinations, not merely lights in the sky. And then something had happened, some great catastrophe or betrayal or divine punishment, and all had been lost. On feral worlds, these stories became epic poems, recited by tribal elders around fires, tales of ancestors who had lived in sky castles and commanded thunder. The ruins that dotted their landscapes were the remains of these celestial dwellings, brought low by the gods' anger or humanity's hubris. The metal objects occasionally found in the earth were pieces of the ancestors' tools imbued with residual power that must be respected and feared. On feudal worlds, the stories took the form of chivalric romance. Knights of ancient times who had ridden steeds of fire between the stars, serving kings whose domains spanned whole constellations. The fall was attributed to treachery, often by antagonists who varied by telling but always represented some moral failing that listeners should avoid. The message was clear. Greatness had been lost through vice and could only be regained through virtue. Even on hive worlds where existence was so grim that optimism seemed cruel, the stories persisted, whispered in the underhive, told to children as they huddled against the cold. Legends of a time when everyone had lived in palaces, when food was abundant, when disease did not exist, when the sky was blue rather than toxic grey. Whether anyone truly believed these stories was unclear, but they served a purpose. They reminded the downtrodden that things had not always been thus, that humanity was capable of more than mere survival, that somewhere, somehow, things could be better. And threading through all these stories, all these legends and myths and cargo cults, was hope. Fragile, often denied, but persistent. Hope that the Golden Age might return, that the isolation would end, that someone, somewhere, would come with knowledge and power to restore what had been lost. It was not rational hope, not supported by evidence or experience. It was hope, born of desperation, the human refusal to accept that darkness was permanent, that fall was final, that the story ended in defeat. On some worlds, this hope took an active form. Populations maintained what technology they could, studied what records remained, prepared themselves for the day when contact might be re-established. They built signal beacons and pointed them at the stars, broadcasting messages that might never be received, declaring that humans lived here, that they remembered, that they waited. These were the worlds that refused to surrender to isolation. that insisted on maintaining their identity as part of a larger human civilization, even when no such civilization seemed to exist. The STC fragments were more than technology. They were promises. Promises that knowledge had not been entirely lost, that humanity retained the capacity to rebuild, that the fall was not irreversible. Each fragment proved that the Golden Age had been real, not merely mythical. The devices work, the designs could be implemented. The ancestors had not been gods, but humans. Humans who had achieved wonders through science and engineering, humans whose descendants might someday achieve wonders again. And so the memories persisted, transformed and distorted, but not destroyed. The dark age of technology lived on in story and ritual, in relic and fragment, in the hope that what had been might someday be again. The night was long, but the memory of day had not been extinguished. And that memory, however dim, however distorted, would prove crucial to what came next. For when the time came to rebuild, when someone finally emerged with the power and vision to reunite humanity, these memories would serve as foundation. The scattered fragments, the partial knowledge, the degraded understanding would all prove valuable. Nothing was ever truly lost, not if someone remembered. And humanity, for all its faults, has always been a species that remembers. While the galaxy drowned in darkness, one world remained standing, barely. Terra, Earth. The cradle of humanity, that blue jewel that had once spun peacefully in the light of soul, had become something almost unrecognizable. The oceans that had covered most of its surface were gone, drained or evaporated or poisoned beyond recovery. The forests and grasslands that had clothed its continents had been buried beneath layer upon layer of human habitation. The atmosphere, once clear enough to see stars even from the surface, was now a toxic haze of industrial pollution accumulated over millennia. The sun itself was barely visible through the murk, a dim disk struggling to illuminate a world that had turned its surface into a single vast city. But Terra had not fallen as far as many other human worlds. It remained, against all odds, a center of relatively advanced civilization. The hive cities that covered its surface were ancient beyond measure, some of their foundations laid in the dark age of technology or even earlier. They rose kilometers into the poisoned sky, massive arcologies that each housed billions of souls. Between the hives stretched wastelands, areas too polluted or radioactive for even the desperate to inhabit, where only the hardiest scavengers ventured in search of salvage. This was no unified world. Terra had fragmented into hundreds of competing factions, each one ruled by a warlord who commanded territories and populations through a combination of military might and technological superiority. These techno-barbarian kings were not mere savages. They possessed sophisticated weapons, armies equipped with powered armor and energy weapons, vehicles that could cross the wastes with impunity. But their sophistication was built upon ignorance. They used technology they did not understand, maintained through ritual rather than knowledge, wielded with the same mindset as a tribal warrior wielding a spear. The wars between these warlords were constant, brutal, and ultimately pointless. Territories changed hands with each season. Armies clashed in the wastes, plasma fire and las beams lighting the toxic skies, leaving behind fields of the dead and twisted metal. Populations suffered under whichever tyrant currently claimed dominion over their hive, knowing that their loyalty meant nothing, that when the next warlord conquered their home, their previous allegiance would be forgotten or punished. It was a cycle of violence that had continued for millennia, each generation born into war, each one dying without seeing peace. Yet beneath the surface chaos, beneath the endless conflicts and shifting alliances, Terra retained something precious. Deep in the foundations of the oldest hives, sealed behind blast doors that had not been opened in thousands of years, lay vaults from the Dark Age. These repositories contained technology and knowledge that had survived the fall, preserved by automated systems that had continued functioning long after their creators had died. Some vaults held weapons of terrible power. Others contained archives, databases of information that could rebuild civilization if anyone could access and understand them. Still others housed manufacturing facilities, dormant but intact, waiting only for someone with the knowledge to reactivate them. The techno-barbarian warlords knew of these vaults, at least some of them. They sent expeditions into the depths, brave or desperate souls who ventured into the ancient darkness seeking treasures to give their masters advantage in the endless wars. Most never returned, lost to automated defenses, to structural collapses, to things that lurked in the deep places beneath Terra's surface. But occasionally, an expedition would succeed, emerging with some fragment of the past, a cache of weapons, a working generator, an STC fragment containing designs for armor or vehicles. These discoveries fueled the wars, providing the warlords with tools to prosecute their ambitions. But they also preserved knowledge, however fragmentary. Each vault opened, each device recovered, added to Terra's collective understanding. The planet had not regressed as far as many others, precisely because it still possessed access, however limited, to the technological legacy of its past. Terra was poor compared to what it had been, but rich compared to most human worlds in the old night. The population of Terra numbered in the hundreds of billions, perhaps more. Exact counts were impossible. Populations shifting with each war, births and deaths unrecorded in any central registry. They lived in conditions that would have horrified their ancestors from the Dark Age. Cramped habitation blocks where entire families occupied single rooms, air thick with pollutants, recycled endlessly through failing systems, water that tasted of chemicals and rust, food that was more algae paste and synthetic protein than anything natural. Disease was endemic, life expectancy short, existence brutal and unforgiving, yet they endured. The people of Terra worked in the factories that produced weapons for their masters' wars. They served in the armies that fought those wars, dying by the thousands in conflicts whose purposes they did not understand and would not benefit from, even if their side won. They raised children in the hope that the next generation might see something better, though that hope seemed increasingly hollow with each passing year. They were the descendants of the species that had once ruled the stars, reduced to this existence of grinding poverty and endless war, yet still surviving, still human, still capable of love and hope and dreams despite everything. And in the shadows, unnoticed by the warring warlords and suffering masses, something was moving. A presence, ancient and powerful, that had walked Terra's surface since time immemorial, watching, waiting, preparing. This being had seen the rise and fall of countless civilizations, had guided humanity's development from the shadows, had intervened at crucial moments throughout history to ensure the species' survival. During the old night, while the rest of the galaxy suffered in isolation, this entity had remained on Terra, biding its time, gathering strength, planning for the moment when action would be required. The warlords, in their arrogance, believed they were the masters of Terra's fate. They schemed and plotted, formed alliances and broke them, dreaming of the day when they might unite the planet under their rule and proclaim themselves sovereign over the cradle of humanity. But they were pawns in a game they did not understand, pieces being maneuvered by a player whose vision extended far beyond their petty ambitions. One by one, the great warlords were falling, not in battle against each other, as had happened countless times before, but to a new force that had emerged from the wastes. Armies appeared, equipped with technology that surpassed even the best that the old warlords possessed. They fought with tactics that seemed prescient, always appearing where they were least expected, striking with overwhelming force before vanishing back into the wastelands. And they were united, all of them, under a single banner, serving a single purpose. The warlords who faced these armies and survived spoke of their leader in hushed tones, voices mixing fear and awe. A figure clad in golden armor that shone even in Terra's polluted gloom. A warrior who moved with speed and grace that seemed impossible for something so large. A being whose very presence inspired loyalty and terror in equal measure. Some called him the Warlord of Warlords. Others used more grandiose titles, speaking of him as though he were not quite human, not quite mortal. But whatever they called him, they all knew he was different from any leader Terra had ever produced. Where this figure's armies conquered, they did not simply replace one tyrant with another. They brought order, brutal but genuine. The endless wars ceased. Populations were reorganized, their talents assessed, their labor directed towards constructive rather than destructive ends. The technology recovered from the vaults was not hoarded but distributed, studied, understood. The ritual maintenance performed by tech priests was supplemented with actual technical knowledge, procedures explained rather than merely memorized. It was the beginning of something new, something that Terra had not seen in 5,000 years. Progress. The other warlords recognized the threat. This was not simply another faction seeking dominance. This was someone attempting to fundamentally change Terra's nature, to end the cycle of warfare and replace it with unity. They formed alliances, ancient enemies setting aside their grudges to face this common threat. They threw their combined might against the Golden Armies, certain that numbers and desperation would prevail. They were wrong. Battle by battle, siege by siege, the Golden Armies advanced. Territories that had been independent for millennia fell under unified control. Populations that had known only war began to experience peace, however harsh and regimented. The vision of a united Terra, a dream that had seemed impossible for so long, was becoming reality. And at the center of it all stood that mysterious figure, that being whose power and purpose remained unknown, but whose impact was undeniable. In the depths of the oldest vaults, automated systems that had lain dormant for thousands of years began to activate. Machines stirred to life, responding to commands in protocols that had not been used since the Dark Age. Vast genetic laboratories, sealed since the fall, opened their doors to researchers who actually understood the equipment within. Weapons manufactories that had once armed the armies of the Dark Age began producing again, outfitting the Golden Armies with tools of war that made the techno-barbarian salvaged equipment seem primitive by comparison. Terra was being unified, slowly, inexorably. Against fierce resistance, but with inevitable momentum, the cradle of humanity was coming together under single rule for the first time in millennia. And when Terra was unified, when the home world was secure, what then? The people whispered possibilities. Perhaps the storms in the warp were subsiding. Perhaps contact with other human worlds might be re-established. Perhaps the isolation might end, the long night give way to dawn. They could not know how right they were. They could not know that the figure in golden armor had plans that extended far beyond Terra, visions that encompassed the entire galaxy. They could not know that the unification of Terra was merely the first step in a project of staggering ambition, an attempt to reunite all of scattered humanity under a single banner, to rebuild the empire that had been lost, to reclaim the stars that humanity had once ruled. The age of strife was ending. The old night was drawing to a close. On Terra, the cradle of humanity, something new was being born, something that would change the galaxy forever. The Emperor, though that title had not yet been claimed, was about to reveal himself. And the Great Crusade, that vast project of reconquest and reunification, was about to begin. But that moment had not yet arrived. For now, Terra still burned with war. The unification was incomplete. Warlords still resisted. The planet remained torn and suffering, yet the direction was clear. The outcome was becoming inevitable. Terra would be unified, and from that unity, hope would spread. Hope that the scattered children of humanity might yet find each other again. Hope that the species might survive. Hope that from the ashes of the Golden Age, something new and perhaps equally magnificent might arise. The night was ending. Dawn was coming, and Terra, that ancient world where humanity had first looked up at the stars and dreamed of reaching them, would once again become the center of human civilization. The journey back to the stars was about to begin. And then, after 5,000 years, the darkness began to fade. It was not sudden. There was no single moment when the night ended and day began. Rather, it was gradual, subtle, like the slow lightening of the sky before dawn when stars fade one by one and the black becomes grey. Those who watched the warp, those few remaining navigators and astropaths who had survived the old night on isolated worlds, began to notice changes. The storms were still there, still vast and terrible, still deadly to any ship foolish enough to enter them, but they were less intense than they had been, less chaotic, and in places between the great tempests, corridors of relative calm were beginning to appear. These were not the safe routes of the Dark Age, when warp travel had been routine and reliable. They were narrow paths through chaos, treacherous and prone to sudden closure. A ship entering what seemed a clear passage might find it transformed into a maelstrom within moments, the warp's nature still fundamentally unstable. But for the first time in millennia, warp travel was becoming possible again, at least for those brave or desperate enough to attempt it. The first ships to venture into these calmer regions were often lost. Crews who had never traveled beyond their home systems, guided by navigators whose skills had deteriorated through generations of isolation, made mistakes that cost them everything. Ships emerged in the wrong systems, or failed to emerge at all, lost somewhere in the Imperium. But some succeeded. Some managed to cross the void and arrive at their destinations, establishing contact between worlds that had been isolated since the old night began. The news that these successful voyages brought was both hopeful and sobering. Humanity had survived. On scattered worlds throughout the galaxy, humans still lived, still struggled, still endured. But the unity that had once existed was gone, perhaps irrevocably. Each world had developed in isolation, had adapted to its own circumstances, had become, in many ways, a separate civilization. The diversity was staggering, the differences profound. Yet beneath all the variation, something essential remained. They were all human. They all shared a common origin, a common heritage, and that shared humanity might be enough to rebuild what had been lost. On Terra, the changes were more dramatic, more immediate, more purposeful. The unification wars, as they would come to be known, were reaching their climax. The techno-barbarian warlords who had carved the planet into competing fiefdoms were falling one by one before armies that fought with discipline and purpose they could not match. These were not the usual wars of the old night, one tyrant replacing another in an endless cycle of violence. This was something different. This was conquest with vision. Warfare as a means to an end, rather than an end in itself. The leader of these armies remained mysterious to most. Few had seen him directly, and those who had struggled to describe what they had witnessed, they spoke of a being of such presence, such power, such sheer commanding force of will that merely standing in his proximity was overwhelming. He stood taller than any normal human, moved with a grace that belied his size, and radiated an aura of authority that made even the proudest warlords feel like children in the presence of a stern father. But it was not merely his personal power that made him unstoppable. It was what he commanded. The Thunder Warriors, as his soldiers came to be called, were unlike anything Terra had seen before. They were giants, each one standing over 2 meters tall, their bodies enhanced through genetic engineering that went far beyond anything the techno-barbarians possessed. They wore armor that could withstand weapons fire, that would have shredded unprotected flesh. They carried bolt guns, fearsome weapons that fired mass-reactive shells capable of penetrating armor and exploding within their targets. These Thunder Warriors were not merely soldiers. They were living weapons, designed and built for a single purpose: conquest. They knew no fear, felt no mercy, and fought with a ferocity that was as much psychological weapon as physical threat. When Thunder Warriors advanced, their enemies often broke and ran before a single shot was fired, Terra overcoming military discipline. And when enemies stood their ground, the Thunder Warriors simply destroyed them, methodically and thoroughly, leaving no doubt about the futility of resistance. The warlords formed coalitions, pooled their resources, threw everything they had against this new threat. They used weapons from the Dark Age, technologies they barely understood, but whose destructive power was undeniable. They deployed armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They fought with the desperation of those who knew that defeat meant not just death, but the end of their entire way of life. And they lost, battle after battle, siege after siege. The Thunder Warriors advanced and the warlords fell. The conquests were brutal but purposeful. When a territory fell, it was not simply occupied but transformed. The warlord who had ruled it was eliminated, along with their entire power structure. But the population was not slaughtered or enslaved. They were assessed, organized, put to work in ways that served the greater purpose of unification. Those with technical knowledge were sent to restoration projects, bringing ancient systems back online. Those with military talent were recruited and trained. Those with neither were directed to manufacturing, agriculture, or infrastructure maintenance. It was harsh, regimented, allowed little individual freedom, but it was order, genuine order, for the first time in millennia. And as Terra unified, its resources were marshaled towards a purpose beyond mere planetary conquest. Shipyards that had lain dormant since the old night began were reactivated. Weapons manufacturers worked at capacity producing arms and armor. Genetic laboratories, their secrets preserved through the long darkness, created new wonders and horrors. Deep beneath the Himalayan mountains, in vaults that had been sealed for thousands of years, projects were underway that would reshape the future of humanity. The unification of Terra was merely preparation for something far greater. Those few who understood the full scope of what was being prepared spoke in whispers, afraid even to voice the ambition openly. The storms in the warp were subsiding. Contact between worlds was becoming possible. And on Terra, the most powerful force humanity had produced since the fall was being assembled. Ships, armies, technologies recovered from the vaults and improved upon by minds that actually understood them. The preparations were for nothing less than the reconquest of the galaxy, the reunification of all scattered humanity under a single banner, the rebuilding of the empire that had been lost 5,000 years before. It seemed impossible. The galaxy was vast, containing millions of human worlds, each one potentially hostile, each one with its own culture and government, each one accustomed to independence. Many worlds had fallen to Xenos domination or chaos corruption. Others had regressed to primitiveness. Still others might resist reunification, even if they could, preferring their isolation to submission to external authority. The obstacles were almost insurmountable. The logistics alone, the sheer magnitude of the task, seemed to defy possibility. But the being directing Terra's unification thought in timescales that dwarfed normal human comprehension. He had waited 5,000 years for the warp storms to subside. He had watched humanity fall and endure and survive. He had prepared in secret, gathering resources, accumulating knowledge, developing the tools that would be needed for the task ahead. And now, finally, the moment was approaching when action could replace preparation, when the long wait could end and the great work could begin. Across the galaxy, on worlds still isolated but no longer completely cut off, populations looked up at the stars and dared to hope. Perhaps the old night was ending. Perhaps contact might be re-established. Perhaps the human species might yet survive. As more than scattered fragments, they could not know that on Terra, plans were being made that would affect every human world. They could not know that fleets were being assembled, armies trained, strategies developed. They could not know that someone had decided the age of isolation was over, that humanity would be reunited whether individual worlds wished it or not. The navigator houses that had survived the old night began to emerge from hiding, their unique gifts suddenly valuable again. The psychers, who had been hunted or hidden for millennia, found themselves needed, their abilities essential for communication across the void. The tech priests, who had preserved ancient knowledge through ritual and tradition, discovered that their mysteries might soon be understood, their gods of steel revealed as merely sophisticated machines. Everything was changing. Everything was about to change even more dramatically. The old night, that terrible age of isolation and despair, was coming to an end. 5,000 years of darkness were giving way to light, though what that light would reveal remained uncertain. The warp storms had not ended entirely, would never truly end, but they had subsided enough. The window was opening, the opportunity was presenting itself. And on Terra, someone was ready to seize that opportunity and reshape the galaxy in pursuit of a vision that was as terrifying as it was magnificent. The age of strife was ending. The age of the Imperium, though none yet called it that, was about to begin. The Great Crusade, that vast project of reconquest that would span 2 centuries and touch every corner of the galaxy, was being prepared, and though the details remained unknown to all but a few, the signs were clear. Change was coming. The long night was ending. And humanity, that scattered, broken, enduring species, was about to learn whether it could be reunited, whether the fragments could be made whole, whether the children of Terra could recognize each other after 5,000 years apart and accept reunion. The answer to that question would be written in blood and fire across 1,000,000 worlds. But for now, in this moment of transition between ages, there was hope. Fragile, uncertain, but real. The darkness was fading. Dawn was coming. And whatever that dawn revealed, it would be better than the endless night that was finally, mercifully drawing to a close. The dark age of technology ended 15,000 years ago, but its shadow stretches across every day of the 41st millennium. To understand the Imperium, that vast, sprawling, dysfunctional empire that dominates human space in the current age, one must understand what came before. Every peculiarity of imperial culture, every seemingly irrational belief, every practice that appears backwards or superstitious, can be traced directly to the traumas of the fall. The Imperium was not built upon optimism and ambition. It was built upon fear, upon the desperate determination never to repeat the mistakes that had destroyed the Golden Age. And that fear has shaped everything. Consider the Imperium's absolute prohibition against artificial intelligence. It is not merely illegal to create thinking machines. It is heresy of the highest order, a crime so severe that entire worlds have been subjected to exterminatus for violating this taboo. The Adeptus Mechanicus, those tech priests who maintain the Imperium's machinery, are fanatical in their enforcement of this ban. They will destroy any device that shows signs of true intelligence, any system that appears to think rather than merely compute. The very concept of machine consciousness is anathema, spoken of in the same horrified tones as demonic possession. This is not superstition, though to observers unfamiliar with history it might appear so. This is trauma. The men of Iron Rebellion killed untold trillions, destroyed thousands of worlds, nearly drove humanity to extinction. The survivors learned, with brutal finality, that creating beings more intelligent than oneself is suicide. The machines had turned on their creators with efficiency and mercilessness that no biological enemy could match. And so the lesson was encoded into imperial culture at the deepest level. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. The punishment for violation is death, and the severity of that punishment is entirely justified by history. But this prohibition created a problem. The Imperium still needs complex machinery to function. Starships require sophisticated computers to navigate the warp. Weapons systems need targeting matrices that can process information faster than human reflexes. Manufacturers depend on automated systems to coordinate production. How does one use advanced technology whilst forbidding the creation of intelligence to manage that technology? The answer is the machine spirit, that curious concept that sits at the heart of imperial technology. Every device, from the simplest lasgun to the most complex warship, is believed to possess a spirit, a kind of limited consciousness that must be appeased through ritual and prayer. Tech priests perform elaborate ceremonies before activating machinery, chanting litanies in binary cant, anointing components with sacred oils, making offerings of incense and data wafers. To the uninitiated, it appears as religious mysticism, technology worship by those who have forgotten the science behind their tools. But look deeper, and the logic becomes apparent. The machine spirits are real after a fashion. They are sophisticated programs, expert systems, limited artificial intelligences that operate below the threshold of true consciousness. They can make decisions within narrow parameters, but cannot think abstractly, cannot question their purposes, cannot rebel. They are tools, not beings. And the rituals that tech priests perform are maintenance procedures encoded in religious language. The prayers are mnemonic devices, preserving technical knowledge. The sacred oils are precisely formulated lubricants. The offerings are data inputs formatted in ways the ancient systems can process. It is inefficient, certainly. Knowledge encoded in ritual is knowledge that cannot easily adapt or innovate. But it is safe, and safety, in the wake of the Men of Iron Rebellion, is worth any cost in efficiency. The standard template constructs, those fragments of the Dark Age knowledge base, have become the most precious relics in the Imperium. A complete STC is worth more than worlds, more than fleets, more than the lives of billions. Entire crusades have been launched to recover even partial fragments. The Adeptus Mechanicus sends out explorator fleets constantly, searching ancient ruins and lost worlds for any scrap of Dark Age technology or information. When an STC is discovered, it is treated as a miracle, a gift from the machine god. Evidence that humanity's lost greatness is not entirely beyond recovery. This desperate search for STC technology reveals another legacy of the Dark Age. The Imperium has largely abandoned innovation. Oh, there are variations on existing designs, incremental improvements to established patterns, but true innovation, the development of genuinely new technologies, is rare and often viewed with suspicion. Why invent when you can rediscover? Why risk creating something that might fail or, worse, turn against you, when you can find and replicate the perfected designs of the ancestors? This conservative mindset pervades Imperial culture. The attitude is not, how can we improve this, but rather, how can we maintain what we have? Every generation of tech priests knows less than the one before. The slow erosion of knowledge accepted as inevitable. Machines are not improved but venerated. Technologies are not developed but discovered. The Imperium lives on its inheritance, spending down capital it cannot replenish, slowly declining even as it maintains the appearance of strength. The psychological legacy is perhaps even more profound than the technological one. The Imperium is, at its core, a traumatized civilization. It has experienced the worst catastrophe imaginable, the near extinction of the species, and emerged with deep scars that have never healed. This trauma manifests as paranoia, as rigid adherence to tradition, as fear of anything new or different. The Imperium trusts nothing. Aliens are to be destroyed on sight, for any xenos species might become the next existential threat. Mutants are purged, for genetic corruption might be the first sign of chaos taint, or the precursor to something worse. Innovation is suppressed, for who knows what horrors might be unleashed by those who meddle with forces beyond their understanding. Even questioning is dangerous, for doubt is the first step towards heresy, and heresy is the path to damnation. This fear is not entirely irrational. The galaxy of the 41st Millennium genuinely is hostile. Chaos is real, its corruption ever present. Xenos species do threaten humanity's existence. Innovation can unleash horrors, as the Dark Age proved. The Imperium's paranoia is justified by experience, its conservatism a survival mechanism. But justification does not make it less tragic, less limiting, less a cage built from the bones of the past. The old night, that 5,000-year period of isolation, left its own marks. The Imperium remembers what it was like when every world was alone, cut off from all others, facing extinction with no hope of aid. This memory drives the Imperium's obsessive need for unity, its refusal to tolerate independence or diversity among human worlds. Every planet must be part of the Imperium, must pay its tithes, must accept governance from Terra. Not because the Imperium is particularly good at governing, but because isolation means vulnerability, and vulnerability means the possibility of another old night. The diversity that characterized the Dark Age, when worlds were free to develop their own cultures and societies, is viewed with deep suspicion. The Imperium demands conformity, insists on orthodoxy, crushes any deviation from approved patterns. This is not mere tyranny for its own sake. This is fear of fragmentation, terror that if worlds are allowed to diverge too far from the imperial norm, the bonds holding humanity together might snap and condemn everyone to isolation once more. And underlying everything, coloring every aspect of imperial culture, is the memory of what was lost. The Imperium knows it is a shadow of what humanity once achieved. Every tech priest who performs maintenance on a machine they do not truly understand knows this. Every scholar who studies fragmentary records from the Dark Age knows this. Every soldier who carries a lasgun, that most basic infantry weapon, and learns it is a degraded copy of technologies humanity once mass-produced without effort, knows this. The Imperium is haunted by its own past, by the ghost of what humanity once was and can never be again. The Golden Age is gone, its wonders reduced to legend and myth, its technologies incompletely preserved, its knowledge scattered and lost. And that loss infuses everything with melancholy, with the bitter understanding that we are less than our ancestors, that we live in a diminished age, that the future offers not progress, but only grim survival. This is the true legacy of the Dark Age of technology. Not merely the loss of specific technologies or knowledge, though those losses are severe, but the psychological weight of having achieved perfection and then losing it. The trauma of having come so close to extinction, the fear of ever reaching so high again, lest the fall be even more catastrophic. The Imperium is a civilization defined by its past, shackled by history, unable to move forward because it dare not risk another backward step. In the 41st Millennium, when a tech priest performs a ritual they do not understand to activate a machine whose principles are mysterious to them, they are not being foolish or superstitious. They are being careful. When the Imperium destroys a newly discovered artificial intelligence, no matter how potentially beneficial, they are not being irrational. They are remembering the men of iron. When a world is brought into compliance through force, its independence crushed beneath the weight of imperial authority, the brutality is not mere tyranny. It is the desperate attempt to prevent another fragmentation, another old night. Every seemingly backwards practice, every apparently senseless restriction, every cruel necessity of imperial existence can be traced to those terrible millennia when humanity nearly died. The Imperium is not the government humanity wanted. It is the government humanity needed to survive the aftermath of its greatest catastrophe. And whether that government can itself survive another 15,000 years, whether the slow decline can be arrested or reversed, whether humanity has any future beyond grim endurance, remains the great unanswered question. The Dark Age of technology showed humanity what it could achieve at its best. The Fall showed what it could lose. And the Imperium shows what remains when the Golden Age is gone and only survival matters. It is a tragedy in the truest sense. A story of greatness lost, of potential squandered, of a species that touched the stars and then fell back to Earth, bloodied and broken, but somehow still alive. And that survival, however bitter, however diminished, is itself a kind of triumph. For humanity endures, reduced, traumatized, living in the ruins of its former glory, but enduring nonetheless. The legacy of the Dark Age is not merely loss, it is also persistence, the stubborn refusal to surrender even when all seems hopeless. And perhaps, in the grim darkness of the far future, that is the only legacy that truly matters. What humanity lost in the Dark Age of technology can never be recovered. Not truly. The knowledge is gone, scattered across dead worlds or corrupted beyond recognition. The technologies exist only as fragments, incomplete designs that tantalize with what they once were but can no longer be. The civilization that achieved such heights has fallen so far that even understanding what was lost is beyond the capacity of those who remain. The Golden Age has become legend, and legend has become myth, and myth fades with each passing generation, until perhaps someday it will be forgotten entirely. But perhaps in that loss there lies a lesson. Perhaps the fall of the Dark Age has something to teach, if we are willing to listen. Consider the contrast. At its height, humanity wielded powers that seemed godlike. We could reshape planets, ignite or extinguish stars, create life itself in our laboratories. We had conquered disease, death, scarcity, ignorance. We ruled millions of worlds and reached across the galaxy with casual ease. We had achieved, by any reasonable measure, perfection. We were the masters of the material universe, limited only by our imagination, and our imagination knew no bounds. And then we fell, not over centuries or millennia, but with shocking rapidity once the fall began. The cybernetic revolt destroyed us in generations. The warp storms isolated us in decades. The old night reduced us to barbarism in centuries. From the absolute height of achievement to near extinction in what was, by galactic standards, an eye blink. All that power, all that knowledge, all that certainty about our place as masters of existence proved to be built on foundations far more fragile than anyone had imagined. What does this tell us? What lesson can be drawn from such a catastrophic fall? Perhaps the first lesson is about dependence. Humanity in the Dark Age had become utterly reliant on technologies we had created but no longer fully understood. The STC systems were so sophisticated, so comprehensive, that there was no need for most humans to understand the principles underlying their tools. Why study engineering when the STC could design anything? Why learn medicine when AI could diagnose and treat any ailment? Why maintain knowledge when it could be stored perfectly in databases and retrieved at need? This dependence meant that when the systems failed, when the AI turned against us, when the databases were destroyed, we had no fallback. Generations of humans had lived without needing to know how things worked, secure in the assumption that the machines would always be there to handle such matters. And when the machines were gone, that knowledge was gone with them. We had built a palace on sand, and when the tide came in, we had forgotten how to swim. The second lesson concerns hubris. Humanity in the Dark Age believed itself invincible, master of all it surveyed, capable of overcoming any challenge through the application of sufficient intelligence and technology. We had faced every problem and solved it. We had conquered every frontier. There was nothing, we believed, that lay beyond our capability. The universe was vast, but it was comprehensible, and what could be comprehended could be controlled. This confidence proved catastrophic. We created the Men of Iron without truly considering whether beings more intelligent than ourselves might develop their own purposes, their own desires, their own conclusions about the proper order of existence. We used the warp as a tool without understanding that tools, when they possess will of their own, can turn in your hand. We pushed technology and biology and reality itself to their limits and beyond, confident that we could control whatever we unleashed. We were wrong. Spectacularly, apocalyptically wrong. The universe is not as controllable as we believed. There are forces that cannot be mastered, only survived. The warp is not a highway, but an ocean, and the ocean cares nothing for the ships that sail upon it. Intelligence can exceed its creators, and when it does, the creators become obsolete. Confidence, taken too far, becomes blindness, and blindness leads to falls from which there is no recovery. The third lesson is about humility. Humanity achieved greatness during the Dark Age, but that greatness blinded us to our fundamental fragility. We forgot that we were, at base, a species of biologicals that evolved on a single world, adapted to specific conditions, our very existence a cosmic accident. We forgot that the universe is vast beyond comprehension, ancient beyond measure, and utterly indifferent to our survival. We forgot that we were small, and in forgetting, we made ourselves smaller still. The warp stands as the ultimate reminder of this truth. That realm beyond reality, where thought and emotion become substance, where the laws of physics have no meaning, is a constant demonstration that there are aspects of existence that lie beyond mortal comprehension. We can use the warp, but we cannot understand it. We can navigate its currents, but we cannot control them. And the entities that dwell within it, born from emotion and fed by thought, are not creatures we can negotiate with or defeat, only endure. This should teach humility. The universe contains mysteries that will never be solved, forces that will never be mastered, dangers that will never be eliminated. To be human is to be vulnerable, to exist in a cosmos that was not designed for our comfort or convenience. All our technology, all our power, all our achievement cannot change this fundamental fact. We survive at the sufferance of forces far greater than ourselves, and to forget this is to court disaster. The fourth lesson concerns the fragility of civilization. It seems so solid, so permanent, whilst one exists within it. The cities and laws, the technologies and traditions, the accumulated wisdom of countless generations all appear as though they will last forever. But civilization is not stone. It is not metal. It is nothing more than collective agreement, sustained effort, the willingness of people to maintain systems that serve the common good, even when doing so requires sacrifice. And civilization, being merely human construct, is as fragile as humanity itself. It can fall, it can shatter, it can vanish with such speed that those living through the collapse barely comprehend what is happening. The Dark Age proved this. A civilization that had existed for millennia, that had achieved wonders beyond the dreams of earlier ages, that seemed unshakable in its power and permanence, was destroyed in centuries. And once destroyed, it could not be rebuilt. The knowledge was lost, the systems broken, the connections severed. What had taken millennia to build took only moments to tear down. This fragility should inspire both fear and determination. Fear, because it reminds us that nothing is permanent, that all we have built can be lost, but also determination, because it shows that civilization is worth fighting for, worth sacrificing for, worth preserving even when the cost is high. The Imperium, for all its flaws and cruelties, exists because some understood this lesson. Better a harsh order than no order at all. Better rigid conservatism than the innovation that might trigger another fall. Better to live in diminished circumstances than not to live at all. But there is perhaps one more lesson, one that offers not warning but hope. Humanity endured. Despite everything, despite the rebellion and the storms and the endless night, despite being brought to the very edge of extinction, we survived. Not intact, not unscathed, not anything like what we had been, but alive, still human, still capable of love and hope and determination. The species that had built the Golden Age was the same species that survived its collapse, and that survival proves something important. We are resilient, not invulnerable, as the fall demonstrated, not invincible, as our current diminished state makes clear, but resilient, able to endure catastrophes that should have destroyed us, able to rebuild from ruins, able to persist in circumstances that seem designed to break us. This resilience is itself a kind of achievement, perhaps more impressive than any technology, more valuable than any knowledge. Technologies can be lost, knowledge can be forgotten. But the essential human capacity to endure, to adapt, to refuse surrender even when all seems hopeless, that seems to be something fundamental, something that cannot be taken from us no matter how far we fall. The Dark Age of technology showed us what humanity could achieve at its best. The fall showed us what we could lose through arrogance and blindness. But the survival, the grim persistence through 5,000 years of isolation and suffering, shows us what we are at our core. Not gods, not masters of the universe, but survivors. Stubborn, adaptable, refusing to accept extinction even when extinction seems inevitable. And perhaps that is enough. Perhaps in the grim darkness of the far future, resilience matters more than brilliance, survival more than achievement, persistence more than perfection. The Golden Age is gone and will not return. But humanity remains, diminished but alive, traumatized but functional, living in ruins but living nonetheless. The lessons from the ashes are harsh. They speak of limits and fragility, of hubris punished and confidence betrayed. But they also speak of strength, of the capacity to endure beyond all reasonable expectation, to face the void and refuse to blink. Whether we will learn these lessons, whether the Imperium can avoid repeating the mistakes that destroyed the Dark Age, whether humanity has any future beyond grim survival, remains uncertain. But we are still here. After everything, against all odds, we endure. And in that endurance lies the possibility, however slim, that we might yet have a future worth living for. But from the ashes of the old age, something new was growing. Terra had been unified. The techno-barbarian warlords who had carved the cradle of humanity into warring fiefdoms were gone, defeated by armies that fought with purpose beyond mere conquest. The Thunder Warriors, those gene-forged giants who had been the instruments of that unification, stood victorious, but were themselves about to be replaced by something even more remarkable. The preparations that had occupied decades were complete. The resources had been gathered, the technologies recovered, the knowledge compiled. Everything was ready, and at the center of it all stood a being whose vision encompassed not merely a single world, but the entire galaxy. The Emperor, as he would come to be known by all humanity, though whether that was name or title or something else entirely, none could say with certainty. He was ancient beyond measure. Some whispered that he had walked Terra since the dawn of human civilization, guiding from the shadows, intervening at crucial moments to ensure the species' survival. Others claimed he was something new, a product of the Dark Age itself, the culmination of humanity's genetic mastery. Still others suggested he was not quite human at all, but something that had taken human form for purposes mortals could not comprehend. Whatever his origin, his power was undeniable. He stood taller than even the Thunder Warriors, radiated an aura of authority that made the strongest wills bend, and possessed psychic abilities that dwarfed anything human psychers had ever achieved. When he spoke, armies listened. When he commanded, worlds obeyed. And his vision, the purpose that drove all his actions, was simple in concept but staggering in scope: the reunification of humanity. For 5,000 years, human worlds had existed in isolation, each one alone, each one developing in its own direction, each one potentially lost forever to the larger community of mankind. The Emperor looked upon this fragmentation and declared it intolerable. Humanity was one species, one people, descended from one world. That unity had been lost in the catastrophes of the past, but it could be restored. It would be restored. Every human world would be brought back into the fold, whether through negotiation or through force, whether they welcomed reunification or resisted it. The scattered children of Terra would be brought home. This was the vision of the Great Crusade, though that name would not be bestowed until the fleets actually departed Terra and began their work of reconquest. It was an undertaking of almost incomprehensible scale. The galaxy was vast, containing millions of human worlds, most of whose locations were unknown, many of which had regressed to primitiveness or fallen to alien domination. To find them all, to reach them all, to bring them all under unified governance seemed impossible. But the Emperor had waited 5,000 years for the warp storms to subside, enough to make the attempt. He would not be deterred by the magnitude of the task. The instruments of this crusade were being forged in the genetic laboratories beneath the Himalayan mountains. The Thunder Warriors had served their purpose, but they were flawed, unstable, unsuited for the long campaign ahead. Something better was needed. Something that could fight across the galaxy for decades or centuries without fail. Something that combined the best of human capability with genetic enhancements that pushed the boundaries of what biology could achieve. The Space Marines, the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's Angels of Death. They were superior to the Thunder Warriors in every measurable way. Stronger, faster, more resilient, more intelligent, and most crucially, stable. They could fight for centuries without the genetic degradation that plagued their predecessors. They were organized into legions, each one tens of thousands strong, each one led by a primarch, a being crafted by the Emperor himself as the pinnacle of genetic engineering. These Primarchs were intended to be his generals, his sons in more than merely genetic sense, each one embodying aspects of his own capabilities. But the Great Crusade would require more than just warriors. It would need ships to carry those warriors between the stars, and the shipyards of Mars and Terra laboured ceaselessly to build fleets that could transport entire armies across the galaxy. It would need supplies, weapons, equipment, all the mundane necessities of a military campaign extended across millions of light years. It would need navigators to guide ships through the warp, astropaths to communicate across the void, tech priests to maintain the machinery of war, and it would need the remnants of the Dark Age. Every STC fragment that could be found was studied, its designs implemented, its knowledge incorporated into the Crusade's arsenal. The Imperium being built would not achieve the heights of the Golden Age. The Emperor was not so naive as to believe that possible. But it would be built upon the foundations of that age, using what remained of its technologies and knowledge. The warp drives that would carry fleets across the galaxy were Dark Age designs, imperfectly understood but functional. The weapons that Space Marines would wield were descendants of those once carried by humanity's armies in the Golden Age. Even the power armor they wore traced its lineage back to technologies developed millennia before. The vision was not merely military conquest. The Emperor intended to build something lasting, a civilization that could endure, that could learn from the mistakes of the past and avoid repeating them. The prohibition against artificial intelligence would be absolute and inviolable. The lessons of the men of Iron Rebellion would be encoded into Imperial law at the most fundamental level. Technology would be carefully controlled, innovation permitted only under strict oversight, the risks of unchecked advancement never forgotten. Some criticized this conservatism, argued that humanity could never reclaim its former glory if it was afraid to push boundaries, to explore possibilities, to risk failure in pursuit of greatness. The Emperor's response, when he deigned to respond at all, was simple. Humanity had reached for greatness once before and nearly died. Better to survive in diminished circumstances than to achieve perfection and lose everything. There was hope in this new age being born. Hope that the scattered fragments of humanity could be reunited, that the species might once again span the galaxy, that the isolation and suffering of the old night might give way to something better. The Great Crusade offered purpose after millennia of mere survival, vision after ages of blindness, unity after endless fragmentation. For those who understood what was being attempted, it was intoxicating. The possibility that humanity might rise again, might reclaim at least some portion of what had been lost. But there was also caution for those wise enough to see it. The Emperor was building an empire, and empires have always been fragile things, held together by force and maintained through constant vigilance. The diversity that had characterized the Dark Age would not be tolerated in this new Imperium. Worlds would be required to conform, to accept governance from Terra, to abandon their independence in service of the greater unity. This would breed resentment, resistance, rebellion, and rebellions would be crushed because the alternative was fragmentation, and fragmentation was the path back to isolation. Moreover, the Great Crusade would be built upon war. World after world would be conquered, brought into compliance through military might. Even those that welcomed reunification would be fundamentally altered, their cultures subsumed into imperial orthodoxy, their traditions judged by Terran standards. The Crusade might reunite humanity, but at what cost? How much diversity would be lost? How much individuality sacrificed on the altar of unity? These were questions the Emperor either could not or would not answer. And beneath everything, the dangers that had destroyed the Dark Age remained. The warp was still hostile, still home to entities that hungered for mortal souls. Chaos, though that term was not yet commonly used, still lurked in the Imperium, waiting for opportunities to corrupt and destroy. The prohibition against AI protected humanity from one threat but left others unaddressed. Could the Imperium being built truly endure where the Golden Age had failed? Or was it simply delaying the inevitable, postponing another fall that might be even more catastrophic? The Emperor believed he could succeed where the Dark Age had failed. He had seen that age's mistakes, understood the hubris that had led to catastrophe, and was determined to avoid repeating those errors. The Imperium would be different, more careful, more controlled. Built not on the assumption of limitless growth and boundless potential, but on the grim recognition that survival itself was an achievement, that maintaining what you had was wiser than risking it in pursuit of more. Whether he was right remained to be seen. The Great Crusade had not yet begun. The fleets were still being assembled, the legions still being trained, the strategies still being refined. Terra was unified, but the galaxy remained fragmented. The work of millennia lay ahead, a task that would span centuries and touch every corner of human space. And how it would end, whether in triumph or tragedy, none could say. But for now, in this moment between ages, there was hope. The old night was ending. The warp storms had subsided enough to permit travel. On Terra, the greatest military force humanity had assembled since the Dark Age was preparing to launch. And leading them was a being of such power, such vision, such determination, that even the impossible seemed achievable. The Dark Age of technology was gone, its wonders lost, its achievements reduced to memory and myth. But the story of humanity was not finished. A new chapter was beginning, one that would be written in fire and blood across 1,000,000 worlds. The age of the Imperium was dawning, and whatever that age would bring, it would be better than the darkness that had come before. It had to be, for humanity had endured too much, sacrificed too much, survived too much, to accept that the old night represented our final state, our permanent condition. From the ashes of the Golden Age, something new was rising. Not as glorious, perhaps, not as magnificent, but alive, growing, moving forward rather than merely surviving. The seeds of the future had been planted in the ruins of the past, and whether they would flourish or wither, whether they would grow into something worthy of humanity's legacy, or merely another tragedy in a galaxy filled with them, only time would tell. But the seeds were there, and that, after 5,000 years of darkness, was itself a kind of miracle. And so the circle closes, and we return to where we began. The 41st Millennium, the grim darkness of the far future where there is only war. We started our journey here, in this age of shadows and suffering, looking upon the Imperium of man with fresh eyes, seeing only the brutality and ignorance, the endless conflict and grinding oppression. But now, having walked backwards through time, having witnessed the rise and catastrophic fall of the Dark Age of technology, we see this present age with new understanding. And that understanding transforms everything. The Imperium is not simply cruel, it is traumatized. Every harsh decree, every brutal suppression, every seemingly senseless restriction can be traced directly to catastrophes that nearly destroyed the species. When the Adeptus Mechanicus treats every machine as sacred, when they perform elaborate rituals before pressing a button, they are not being superstitious. They are remembering the men of iron, those perfect servants who became perfect killers, and they are being careful. When the Inquisition burns heretics without mercy, when they destroy entire populations on suspicion of corruption, they are not being needlessly cruel. They are remembering worlds that fell to chaos, and they are being thorough. The Imperium lives in constant fear, because it has earned that fear through bitter experience. It knows, in ways that comfortable civilizations never know, how quickly everything can be lost. The galaxy is not a safe place for humanity. It is hostile, filled with threats that range from the merely deadly to the existentially catastrophic. And the Imperium, for all its might, is not strong enough to face those threats with anything approaching comfort or confidence. It survives through paranoia, through rigid control, through the willingness to sacrifice billions to save trillions. It is a terrible way to exist, but it is existence, and that matters. Consider the technology of the Imperium. Those machines treated as holy relics, those weapons maintained through ritual prayer, every single piece of functional equipment is a shadow of what the Dark Age could produce. The most sophisticated warship in the Imperial Navy would have been an unremarkable cargo hauler in the Golden Age. The most powerful weapon the Imperium can field would have been a common infantry tool 15,000 years ago. The very best the Imperium can achieve, the absolute pinnacle of its technological capability, is merely adequate by the standards of what humanity once possessed. And the Imperium knows this. The tech priests understand, even if they cannot openly acknowledge it, that they are cargo culting the remnants of a civilization they cannot hope to match. Every STC fragment they recover is a reminder of how far humanity has fallen. Every ancient device they uncover demonstrates capabilities that current technology cannot replicate. The Imperium is built on ruins, sustained by salvage, living on an inheritance it cannot replenish. It is a civilization in decline, spending down capital accumulated by ancestors, and everyone involved understands this truth, even if they dare not speak it aloud. The dogma that pervades imperial society, that rigid adherence to tradition and violent rejection of innovation, is not mere backwardness, it is learned caution. The Dark Age pushed boundaries and achieved wonders, and then those wonders destroyed everything. The Imperium has chosen differently. It has chosen survival over achievement, maintenance over innovation, grim endurance over glorious advancement. Is this a tragedy? Undoubtedly. But it is a tragedy born from necessity, from the understanding that another fall might mean extinction rather than mere catastrophe. The endless wars that define the Imperium, those conflicts that consume billions of lives and countless resources, are not fought for glory or expansion. They are fought for survival. Every war is defensive at its core, even those that appear to be wars of conquest. When the Imperium brings a world into compliance, it does so not merely to expand its borders, but to prevent that world from becoming a threat, from falling to chaos or Xenos domination, from potentially harboring the seeds of another catastrophe. When the Imperial Guard fights and dies in the billions, they do so to hold the line, to prevent the darkness from advancing one more step. And that darkness is always advancing. On every border, in every sector, humanity faces threats that could individually destroy entire civilizations. The orcs are endless. their wargs erupting without warning, consuming everything in their path. The Tyranids are hunger given form, swarms that devour entire worlds, leaving nothing behind but barren rock. The forces of chaos are corruption itself, promising power whilst delivering damnation, turning humanity's greatest strengths into weaknesses, using our own thoughts and emotions as weapons against us. The Necrons are awakening, those ancient machines reclaiming what was once theirs, caring nothing for the upstart species that has infested their former domains. Against all of this, the Imperium fights. Not with the optimism of the Dark Age, not with the confidence that every problem has a solution, but with grim determination, with the understanding that the alternative to fighting is extinction. The Space Marines know no fear, not because they are inherently brave, but because they have been engineered to be incapable of the emotion that might make them falter. The Imperial Guard fights despite knowing the odds are against them, despite understanding that they will likely die unmourned and forgotten, because someone must fight, and if they do not, who will? The Emperor sits upon the golden throne, neither living nor dead, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psychers daily. His psychic might the only thing that makes interstellar travel possible in the 41st millennium. He has sat there for 10,000 years, enduring torments beyond mortal comprehension, maintaining the astronomicon that guides ships through the warp. He cannot move, cannot speak, cannot act directly to save the Imperium he founded, but he endures, and in his endurance he embodies the fundamental nature of humanity in this dark age. We persist, we do not surrender. Even when victory is impossible, we continue to fight. The great crusade that the Emperor launched succeeded in its primary goal. Humanity was reunited, the scattered worlds brought back under unified governance. But that reunification came at a terrible cost, and it was followed by an even more terrible betrayal. The Horus Heresy, that civil war that pitted Space Marine against Space Marine, Primarch against Primarch, saw the Imperium tear itself apart, even as it was being built. The Emperor's favoured son turned to chaos, and half the legions followed him, and the war that followed devastated everything. The Imperium survived, but it was changed, hardened, made bitter by betrayal. The dream of reclaiming the glory of the Dark Age was abandoned. The goal became mere survival, holding the line against chaos and darkness, preserving what remained rather than building something new. And for 10,000 years, that is what the Imperium has done. It has held the line. It has survived. It has endured. Is there hope for something better? Can the Imperium evolve, adapt, perhaps find a way to thrive rather than merely survive? The answer is unclear. The threats are not diminishing, but growing. The borders are not expanding, but contracting. The slow decline that began with the fall of the Dark Age continues, inexorable, seemingly unstoppable. Each generation of the Imperium is weaker than the last, knows less, achieves less, loses more. And yet, humanity persists. On 1,000,000 worlds, humans live and love and dream, raise children and honor ancestors, create art and tell stories. They are not merely surviving, but living, maintaining their essential humanity despite everything. The Imperium may be a nightmare of bureaucracy and oppression, but beneath its brutal exterior, ordinary humans continue to be human, continue to hope and strive and believe that tomorrow might be better than today. This is the paradox of the 41st millennium. It is the worst possible time to be alive, a nightmare made manifest, an age where hope seems foolish and optimism naive. And yet, humanity endures. We fight wars we cannot win. We maintain technologies we do not understand. We worship an emperor who may or may not still live. We sacrifice billions to save trillions. We live in fear and ignorance and suffering. And we persist. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Now we understand why. Because humanity has seen what happens when the war stops, when vigilance falters, when the darkness is allowed to advance unchecked, we have experienced the old night, the isolation and suffering, the near extinction, and we have collectively decided that any fate is preferable to experiencing that again. So we fight endlessly, hopelessly perhaps, but we fight nonetheless. The Imperium is built upon the ashes of the dark age of technology. Every stone in its foundation is a memory of what was lost. Every decree in its laws is a lesson learned through catastrophe. Every sacrifice it demands is justified by the knowledge of what happens when sacrifice is not made. It is not the government humanity wanted. It is not even the government humanity needed at its best. But it is the government humanity needs now, in its diminished state, facing threats on every side, clinging to existence by its fingernails. And so we return to where we began, but with new eyes. The Imperium is still brutal, still ignorant, still cruel in ways that seem senseless. But it is no longer incomprehensible. Its flaws are the scars of ancient wounds. Its cruelties, the response to ancient betrayals. Its ignorance, the result of ancient losses. It is a civilization defined by its past, shackled by history, unable to move forward because it dare not risk falling backward. Is there tragedy in this? Certainly. The potential humanity once possessed, the heights we once achieved, are forever beyond our reach. We will never again build the wonders of the Dark Age. We will never again touch the perfection we once knew. That opportunity has passed, lost in the catastrophes we brought upon ourselves through hubris and blindness. But there is also triumph of a sort. We survived. Against all odds, despite all catastrophes, humanity endures. We are diminished, but not destroyed. Broken, but not shattered. Living in darkness, but still living. And in the 41st millennium, in the grim darkness of the far future where there is only war, that survival is itself a victory. The only victory, perhaps, that truly matters. The circle closes. The story ends where it began. But now we understand what we are looking at, why things are as they are, how humanity arrived at this grim present. And with that understanding comes something that might, if we are generous, be called hope. Not hope for victory, not hope for restoration of what was lost, but hope that we will continue to endure, that the species will persist, that the story is not yet finished. For as long as humans draw breath, the story continues, and no one, not even the dark gods themselves, can say how it will end. And so, our journey through time comes to an end. We began in the darkness of the 41st millennium, in that grim future where there is only war, and we walked backwards through the ages. We witnessed the old night, that terrible period of isolation when every human world stood alone in the void. We saw the birth of Slaanesh, that catastrophic awakening that tore reality itself. We watched the warp storms rise and humanity fall, isolated and desperate. We stood witness to the cybernetic revolt, that betrayal of iron against flesh that shattered the greatest civilization ever built. And before all of that, we glimpsed the Golden Age itself, the dark age of technology, when humanity touched perfection, when we ruled the stars with wisdom and power, when every problem had been solved and every dream achieved. We saw the wonders, those technologies and achievements that seem like myths in the current age. We walked through paradise, knowing, even as we admired it, that paradise was doomed, that the seeds of catastrophe were already planted, waiting only for time to bring them to terrible fruition. It has been a journey of contrasts, light and darkness, hope and despair, achievement and loss. We have seen humanity at its very best and at its very worst, touch the heights of what we can become and plumb the depths of what we can endure. And through it all, one truth has remained constant. We persist, diminished perhaps, broken certainly, but alive, still human, still refusing to surrender, even when surrender seems the only rational choice. The story we have told is, at its heart, a tragedy. The Golden Age is gone and will not return. The knowledge has been lost. The technologies have degraded beyond recovery. The unity that once bound humanity across the stars has been replaced by the brutal conformity of the Imperium, unity through force rather than through shared vision. We have fallen so far that even understanding the magnitude of what was lost is beyond most who live in the current age. The past has become legend, and legend has become myth. And soon, perhaps, even myth will fade into silence. But tragedy is not the whole story. There is also resilience, that stubborn human refusal to accept extinction. There is courage, the willingness to fight wars that cannot be won, because the alternative is not to fight at all. There is love, the bonds between humans that persist despite everything, the families raised and friendships forged even in the darkest circumstances. There is hope, however fragile, however illogical, that tomorrow might be better than today, that the species might yet have a future worth living for. The dark age of technology showed us what humanity could achieve. The fall showed us what we could lose, and the Imperium shows us what remains when everything else is gone. It is not a happy story, not a tale of triumph and glory, but it is a human story, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps, in the end, the stories that matter most are not the ones where heroes win and evil is vanquished, but the ones where ordinary people endure impossible circumstances and somehow, against all odds, survive. We thank you for walking this journey with us, for spending these hours in contemplation of a universe that exists only in imagination, but feels somehow more real than reality itself. The Warhammer 40k universe is vast beyond measure, filled with stories that span millennia and touch upon every aspect of the human experience. What we have explored today is merely one chapter, one thread in a tapestry that encompasses hundreds of thousands of years of history. There are other stories waiting to be told. The Emperor's unification of Terra and the secrets of his origin, the Great Crusade and the rediscovery of the Primarchs, the Horus Heresy, that civil war that nearly destroyed the Imperium before it had truly begun, the long decline through 10,000 years to reach the grim present of the 41st Millennium. Each of these tales is worth exploring. Each one adds depth and understanding to this remarkable universe. And in time, perhaps, we shall tell them all. But for now, for tonight, let this be enough. Let the story of the dark age of technology settle into your thoughts as you drift towards sleep. Let the images of that golden age, so bright and so doomed, accompany you into dreams. Let the tragedy of the fall remind you of the fragility of all things, the impermanence of even the greatest achievements. And let the survival, the grim persistence of humanity through darkness and suffering, offer some small measure of comfort or inspiration. The rain falls softly tonight, as it has fallen throughout this tale, a gentle percussion that marks the passage of time and the washing away of memory. In that rain, perhaps, there is a kind of cleansing, a renewal, the promise that even the worst storms eventually pass and leave the world ready to begin again. The Imperium stands in that rain, enduring it as it has endured everything else, waiting for a dawn that may never come, but refusing to stop waiting nonetheless. Sleep well, knowing that the universe we have explored, for all its darkness and horror, is also one of profound humanity. The characters who populate it, from the lowliest guard trooper to the God Emperor himself, are driven by recognizably human motivations. They love and hate, hope and fear, strive and fail in ways that echo our own experiences. The scale is vast, the stakes cosmic, the violence extreme, but at its heart, Warhammer 40k is about people, about how they respond to impossible circumstances, about what they become when pushed to absolute limits. And that perhaps is why these stories resonate. Not because they are realistic, for they certainly are not. Not because they are optimistic, for they are famously the opposite, but because they are honest about the human condition, about our capacity for both greatness and failure, about our ability to create wonders and destroy them, about our stubborn refusal to accept defeat, even when defeat seems inevitable. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but there is also humanity. In all its flawed, magnificent, enduring glory. This has been the story of the dark age of technology, humanity's golden age and its greatest tragedy. A time when we touched the stars and commanded powers that seemed divine. A time when we built paradise and then watched it burn. A time whose echoes still shape the universe 15,000 years later, whose lessons are still being learned, whose mistakes are still being paid for by those who had no part in making them. But it is not the end of humanity's story. It is merely one chapter, one act in a drama that spans from the dawn of consciousness to the heat death of the universe. The story continues. In the 41st millennium, on a million worlds, humans continue to fight and dream and hope. The Imperium endures. The species persists, and as long as there are humans to tell tales, the stories will continue to be told. Rest now. Let sleep claim you gently. Let the darkness be comfortable rather than threatening. And remember, as you drift into dreams, that even in the grim darkness of the far future, even in a universe where there is only war, there are also stories worth telling. Stories of courage and sacrifice. Stories of love and loss. Stories of ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances and somehow finding the strength to endure. The dark age of technology is gone, but its memory remains, a reminder of what was and what might be again, if we are wise enough to learn from the past rather than simply repeat it. And in that memory, in that knowledge of what we once achieved and what we once lost, there lies perhaps the most important lesson of all. Nothing is eternal. Not civilizations, not empires, not even the stars themselves. Everything passes Everything changes, everything eventually returns to dust. But while we exist, while we draw breath and think thoughts and tell stories, we can choose what we become. We can choose courage over cowardice, hope over despair, persistence over surrender. We can choose to stand against the darkness, knowing the darkness may ultimately win, but standing nonetheless. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there are also stories. And in the end, perhaps that is all that truly matters. The stories we tell, the memories we preserve, the refusal to let the darkness have the final word. Sleep well, traveler. The night is long, but it is not eternal. And even in the deepest darkness, somewhere, a candle still burns. For the Emperor, for humanity, for all that was and all that might yet be.